Good morning, council, staff, and members of the public. It is Tuesday, April 15th, and I would like to call the Policy Strategy Committee meeting to order and begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Do we have any announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? Mayor McLean-Weil.
This week, on April 18th and 19th, is the 5th anniversary of the worst mass shooting in Canadian history in Portapique, Nova Scotia. And I expect that all of us remember that morning, and I remember clearly where I was, in the greenhouse working at plants, and the message came across CBC of an alert. And if you get a message like that across CBC, you know that something very serious has happened. There really, in the days that followed, there were many issues that came to light, and we are reminded of the many sacrifices made that day by first responders and family members, hospital staff, and of course the community members. And now that it's 5 years later, the impact is still being acknowledged in that community. So if we could just take a moment of silence for those families. Thank you. And we will continue with our efforts around gender-based violence and the work that we will attempt to do as a council in the months to come.
Thank you for bringing that forward. Are there any other announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? I do have one. I'd just like to acknowledge the Lunenburg and District Fire Department. They held their banquet this past weekend and gave out several years of service recognition awards, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30 years of service in that department. And Councillor Smith.
I just wanted, I don't know if this is appropriate, but I just wanted to take a moment to thank all the councillors and the mayor and staff who came out to New Germany last night. We had quite a good meeting where people were able to air things, and there were a lot of people there from my district, and I know that it was much appreciated. And it's tough work, but it's the right work for us to be doing, and I just want to thank everyone for taking the time, you know, with my residents, and I'm sure the other residents appreciate it as well.
Thank you for that. Before we continue with our agenda, we do have one person that would like to present to council, and I would ask that you just pause for a minute while they come in to, and I'll officially introduce them. Mr. Bunny has come today before council to wish greetings as we go into the Easter long weekend. Thank you so much for bringing us a little treat on this Policy and Strategy Committee Day. Councillor Hubie, did I see your hand?
That's all I wanted to say was, thank you. Thank you. We needed that.
And back to work as we move along in our agenda. Public input. Is there anybody here for public input? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move along in the agenda. Changes or approval to the agenda? Can I get a motion to approve? Mayor McLean-Weil, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Moore. All those in favor? Opposed? Agenda is approved. We have two sets of minutes, the first being February 18th, 2025. Are there any errors, omissions, or additions to be made? Seeing none, we'll declare those approved. The minutes of March 18th, 2025. Are there any errors, omissions, or additions to be added? Seeing none, those are also approved. Is there any business arising from the minutes? Let's see, Alex. Seeing none, we'll go down to presentations, and we do have a 9:15 presentation that our presenters are here for from Lunenburg County Pride, and we have Kay Skinner, who's going to present to us today, and we would welcome you to come to the podium.
This video is yours. Yes, it is. Yeah, you can lay it. Presentation up too.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fun. Oh.
Is this one?
No, be good. But I'm not plugged into anything though. This one is actually plugged in because.
Geez, that's fine.
That's what I asked him. Maybe she should unplug. We can unplug. I have nothing on, but hers is plugged in. Should I unplug the presentations?
Is she on?
No, I'm doing the presentation, but I think it's plugged into the laptop down there. Everybody can hear me. No. Open that up. Here, open that up.
Our apologies for that, those technical sounds, but it looks like we've got the matter taken care of. So once again, welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
I don't know. Hello? Hello? It's not on yet. Hello? originally scheduled for 9:15. I'm just keeping you on time. Yeah. If that's easier, doesn't really matter where I present, to me.
It should be, oh, it's just, you're presenting from this, not from that.
Well, yeah, these are just my speaking notes.
Oh, okay,
I
great.
haven't touched a computer.
You have it over there. Okay.
No worries. Hello? Hello? There we go. Okay. I'm going to move these notes and lean in a little bit. Thank you, folks, for having us. We have 4 housekeeping slides before we begin. I just want to say that these presentations are being given to all of the municipal units. This is the last presentation we're doing. It was because a council member on one of the municipal units had requested us come in and speak about allyship, especially with the felt need for allyship in our communities. So thank you, folks, for making time. The next slide here, I want to make a point. There are some policies about, just up one. Yeah, it's the second. There you go. There are some policies about how many slides you can have for some municipal units. So we did put these 2 pieces on the same slide. They are very different. I like to have them very separate, but I want to acknowledge that before moving forward with these pieces. We are doing this learning and the event in Spaganagity, one of the 7 districts of Mi'kma'ki. We are on unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq Nation. The territory is covered by the Treaties of Peace and Friendship, which were signed between the Mi'kmaq and Maliseet people and the British Crown in 1725. We are all responsible under these treaties, and I encourage folks to learn more about their roles as treaty people. Our call to action with our land acknowledgement is for everybody in this council to learn about the districts of Mi'kma'ki within Nova Scotia and beyond. You can do that with some of the learning resources provided in the slide deck. And before we continue, we also want to make note of a community recognition of the historic African Nova Scotian communities. African Nova Scotians and their descendants have rich contributions, histories, and legacies in Mi'kma'ki, and there are over 50 founding African Nova Scotian communities. In many communities, much as the South Shore, African descendants contributed to the infrastructure and economic wealth of our regions and were not permitted to benefit from those contributions. I encourage everyone to learn more about African descendants, African Nova Scotians in Mi'kma'ki, and again, there's learning resources available. The next slide here, again, sorry, that seems to be missing one. We'll continue without it. Where we are going to be speaking about 2S LGBTQIA. Before we begin, I want to make a note on that Q word. That Q word is the word queer. Now, I, as a queer woman, capital Q queer, identify as that term. As language evolves, it has been reclaimed by the community, but it has a very charged history as a slur. A lot of our senior population feel very hurt by that term. But the reason it's being reclaimed is because it was never criminalized or medicalized. I myself, as a young person, had that term used against me as a slur. So I do understand the charged history. But the reclamation, and you'll see a lot of the community using that term as a way to identify the community. Throughout this presentation, rather than the term queer, I will try to use the term gay. And then this lovely little cord that everybody has, as we're learning, I like to use a knitting analogy. We can't continue knitting if there's a knot in our yarn. Sometimes learning means we need to unknot those moments before we have a smooth way forward. And so I am constantly learning, and we are all constantly learning. We want to acknowledge that we are growing daily and take space for us to make mistakes, learn, and do better. So throughout this presentation, if you feel like you want to remember a point that you need to do some further learning, tie a knot in your yarn. And that will be your symbol that you're going to have to continue to do some work before moving forward. The last housekeeping item, I'm not going to get into all of the acronym of 2S LGBTQIA+, but we want to say that the gay community is a broad spectrum of gender and sexual identities, and we are going to highlight 3 identities that may not be well known or well spoken about. The first one is Two-Spirit, which is the front of that acronym that I did share. Two-Spirit is a term used by Indigenous communities. It was coined in a conference in Manitoba because First Nations communities have brilliant languages that are different across Turtle Island, Canada, and they were trying to figure out a way for an English term to describe all of their own unique languages to help with their identity across Turtle Island in the English setting. And so Two-Spirit is a term that is only used for Indigenous people, and we put it at the front of our acronym as a way to speak truth to power and for reconciliation for the harms that Two-Spirit folks have experienced. The other identity I want to highlight is intersex. Intersex refers to those whose biological sex characteristics don't fit male or female binary categories. This identity makes about 2% of the population. Intersex folks are as common as folks with red hair. And then the final one, asexual, aromantic. This describes folks with little to no sexual or romantic attraction. It's commonly included in the longer acronym to recognize the erasure that folks experience in those identities. And erasure is the removal of those identities from discourse or acknowledgement. And then on a note on cisgender, cisgender is anyone whose gender identity matches the sex assigned at birth. So I am a cisgendered queer woman. We wanted to highlight personal experiences and why allyship is important, because it's great to come and speak to you about allyship. But if you don't know why it's important, or you haven't heard the lived experiences of a queer person, it's hard to put action to your allyship. I grew up in Lunenburg County, and I worked for the municipality in the rec department. And I left the South Shore because I didn't feel safe being out. I took an adventure hoping that I could find a community where I could be my authentic self. I'd experienced significant hate and homophobia and homophobic teachings as a youth. And when I moved back, it was really heartwarming. It was the first year of the Pride Parade, the first ever Pride Parade. And I felt an overwhelming sense of welcome and the feeling that I could be safe here. I soon got involved with Lunenburg County Pride, and the progress highlighted how much further we need to go. When we start to become inclusive, we start to see gaps that weren't there before. And it doesn't mean that there's more gaps. It just means we're more aware of where the gaps may be. However, this feeling of safety that I experienced is faltering. I would be remiss if I didn't say that my feeling of safety in this community has been on edge recently. I had to do safety planning to come to your council meeting today. And that's because of discourse that occurs in the community or around attending council meetings. A highlighted example, most recently, I did a CBC News article about a hate-based vandalism campaign in our region. And when I was doing that interview, we were heckled to the point that the journalists and I considered relocating where we were doing the interview. I've had my photo taken and posted online for the promotion of hate. And I genuinely feel that I could be targeted for hate crimes. I don't wear my pride pin in public unless I'm going to a queer event. When individuals and the public make bold, clear, loud, discriminatory comments about our trans and queer community or gay community publicly, it emboldens hate and makes our feelings of safety more fragile than ever. It's important for government and public and private citizens to make clear statements that hate is not welcome here, because that helps the hate feel less emboldened. The journey towards full safety and visibility is ongoing, and it's why I'm here to speak. And this also highlights the concept of intersectionality. As mentioned, I'm a cisgendered queer woman, but those at the intersections of race, gender, ability, and income are often at more dangerous intersections than I. And so our Black queer community, our Indigenous queer community often experience more hate, more discrimination than me. And that's why allyship is important. Next slide, sorry. So discrimination and harassment, as I've mentioned, is on the rise. We're seeing vandalism campaigns that are hate motivated. We're seeing Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission raising concerns about discrimination against the 2S LGBTQIA community. As I've mentioned, we've had to do safety planning. That includes sometimes not publicly mentioning when we're doing events. We don't publicize some of our events for our own safety. In addition, bullying in schools, we only have 2022-2023 data publicly, but 51% of gay students experienced homophobia and transphobia. 20% of those students felt like it was addressed appropriately. So again, allyship is important. Now, what is allyship for those folks that might not know? Next slide. Allyship is when someone stands up and supports a person or group of people who might be treated unfairly. Allies listen, and allies learn about other people's struggles and help make things better by speaking out against unfairness and helping others when needed. The role of allies is to uplift and advocate for equity-seeking voices, listening to your gay community members, hearing what the challenges they face, and uplifting those when it comes to a time that needs to be uplifted. Standing with anti-discrimination work, like you're doing with Jem Roberts, and also uplifting and ensuring protections for legal protections. As we see, there's challenges to legal protections across Canada and beyond, and when those occur, the feelings of unsafety in your own community go on the rise. They might not be happening here, but it means that there's potential in our minds. These help create safer spaces and togetherness. And it's also a responsibility of allies to make those safe spaces by standing up for discrimination, by listening, by educating yourself, continuing to learn as I continue to learn, advocating for equity, and again, creating safe spaces. Remember, an imperfect, outspoken ally is better than a silent ally. If you hear discrimination, it's better to have an imperfect, loud response than a perfect, quiet response. And there are barriers to allyship. There's discomfort, challenging discrimination. Are you going to say the right thing? Are you going to do the right thing? But again, silence isn't an option. There's also ally fatigue. Advocating for equity and protections against harm and anti-discrimination work can be really tiring. I'm tired. But I am a community member that doesn't get a choice to opt out. Folks that aren't part of the gay community, that aren't part of marginalized identities, you have the option to opt out, and I encourage you not to. Take time for your wellness, take time for your well-being, but continue to stand firm in your allyship. Again, I wouldn't be a great ally to you folks or to myself if I didn't come with learning resources. So I do have further learning that I would recommend for folks that want to start their education journey or continue their education journey. For those readers, we have Allies Real Talk About Showing Up, Screwing Up, and Trying Again, Trans Allyship Workbook, Hijab Butch Blues, Read This to Get Smarter About Race, Class, Gender, Disability, and More, and How Do They Them, A Visual Guide to Non-Binary Pronouns. For those that are into listening and learning, we have 2 podcasts, Gender Reveal and Outward Podcast. And then our suggested watching are free access through the National Film Board of Canada. The first one is Two-Spirited. First story is Two-Spirited. It is about a two-spirited individual who is experiencing gender discrimination when going to powwows and reclaiming their identity. Into the Light is about a parent supporting their trans youth in the remote north of Canada. And I Am Skylar is based in Nova Scotia, in Cape Breton, and it's about a trans youth in rural Cape Breton. My personal favorite, and I will say it's a hard read, is Hijab Butch Blues. It's a beautiful memoir about a queer Muslim woman who is a person of color and a newcomer to North America. And it is, I take time to read, but I read that one in a weekend. So, and thank you folks for having us. I can take any questions now as well.
Thank you, Kay, for your presentation. And I really liked, actually wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it. You said continue to learn. So I think that's something that I personally do all the time with this. Does anybody have any questions on the presentation or comments? Councillor Smith.
Thank you so much for that presentation, and I just want to say that as someone living in the community but not being part of the gay community, I still see, you know, the shift that's happened. And a few years back, maybe it's probably about 7 years ago, I did a project with Be the Peace and Second Story Women's Center called the Pink Snowsuit Project. And it was about giving, holding conversation spaces and providing resources to parents who wanted to learn about gender, talk about gender stereotypes. We were, you know, trans inclusive. I worked a lot in social media space, and I don't think we received one negative comment. And sometimes I think, like, now on social media, I cannot see how that would be the case. The tone has really shifted just in the last 5 years. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that I do recognize that, and it does take allyship for us to all, stand up, recognize that, and push back when we can.
Yeah, I would just like to comment on that. A lot of social medias right now have started to remove anti-discrimination regulations, allowing now for folks to openly discriminate in their comments. And you did see, I believe, Municipality of Halifax recently make a decision to stop using the platform X, formerly Twitter, because of the neo-Nazism, white supremacy, homophobia, transphobia, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism that's running rampant on that platform. So as council, one thing you can do is reflect on which social media platforms you are engaging with, because that can change the feelings of safety or the ability for folks to access. A lot of our gay community right now have left X and are considering or have left Meta platforms because of the hate.
Councillor DeLong.
Excuse me. Thank you very much for your presentation and for showing up in our space, because it's important and appropriate that we share this space with members of our community. That is one way that we can be allies. So I guess my big area where I'm still very curious is about how we can try to meet people in the middle, because there's so much hate and vitriol out there, particularly online. How do we, as allies, try to bridge that gap and find a place of sanity again where we can live and let live? I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, that it is a very hard conversation about how do we meet in the middle? How do we get to a place of tolerance for all? Because that's really where we're at, where, it's okay if you don't accept me as I am, but I want to be tolerated in public, quite frankly. And we had some similar questions at other councils. Leaning on recommendations from GEM, one of the more challenging aspects is to hold affinity spaces, hold conversation circles, have opportunities for folks to meet in the middle, but those are really challenging for what would end up being your recreation department to hold because of the safety considerations. Because when you're trying to have those conversations and those learning conversations that help folks meet in the middle and help folks get to a place of tolerance, it does risk folks' safety on both ends of the spectrum. I've had conversations with people who are on the hate side of the spectrum, and when they're learning, they go through a lot of grief and a lot of guilt about what they've done for harm. So I do understand that there's that end of safety, but then there's also the queer end of safety where we get told horrible things on a daily basis, and putting queer folks in those spaces isn't for everyone. So that having those conversations, but also standing firm on your discrimination policies and allowing folks to understand that hate, disinformation, homophobia, transphobia, any of the intersectional phobias aren't welcome in your spaces are a good first step to help folks understand that that's not acceptable behavior ever.
Mayor McLean-Weil.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I particularly want to acknowledge that you have offered some learning tools for us, because I think education and learning for all of us, including all those who may be listening today or watch us at some point, as we go forward, hearing the stories that you've suggested, reading those stories, some of which I am familiar with, I think is very, very useful, and I really appreciate that you included that in the presentation. Not only just the reading, but the other visual aspects of this that can be very helpful. So that's a really powerful piece to add to your presentation, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands, so on behalf of council, thank you again for coming to council, and you're welcome anytime.
Thank you very much, folks. Have a lovely day.
Okay. Moving along in our agenda, there's no referrals from committees or councils, so we'll go right down to staff reports. And under the Administration Department, we have the Neighborhood Nuisance Bylaw 050, and Tom McEwen, our CEO, is going to lead us in that discussion.
Thank you, Chair. So council, some council members are seeing this for the first time. Other council members have seen it on a couple of occasions. Just by way of background, in 2014, council provided direction for staff to bring forward a nuisance bylaw. It was specifically designed to address issues that were brought to our attention by certain residents who were having a significant challenge with a neighbor, and it had truly gotten to the extreme, where it was not only noise, but odor. So there was excessively loud music, there was all kinds of noise at all hours of the day, both from their property and from the boat that they were on in the lake. They were taking the green bin, filling it up with noxious substances, sitting it on the property line to ensure that their neighbors had to put up with the foul odor. At the time, there was no bylaw in place, and there still isn't a bylaw in place. So the complaint continually went to the RCMP, and it got to the point where the RCMP actually charged the resident with a criminal code offense for mischief. It took a couple of years for that to go through the criminal justice system. There was eventually a conviction, and sentencing is scheduled to take place shortly. So that's the context of how it was brought to council. It was an extreme situation. Council's direction to create a bylaw to provide an additional tool to the RCMP was given to us, and we created the draft nuisance bylaw, took it to council. Council referred it to the Police Advisory Committee. The Police Advisory Committee reviewed it. In essence, the bylaw is based on another rural municipality in Nova Scotia's bylaw that has had some level of success. So we didn't have to remake the wheel. We just modified it to suit our area. After it went through the Police Advisory Committee, the Police Advisory Committee recommended it back to council. The RCMP thought it was a worthwhile tool to have available so that they could respond in some fashion to issues of nuisance without laying a criminal code charge offense, because they continued to feel that a mischief charge, which is the criminal code equivalent, so to speak, of nuisance, was a bit heavy-handed. Because upon conviction, you get a criminal record. And a criminal record can have impacts on employment and the ability to travel, to give a couple of examples. So the RCMP welcomed this as an additional tool that they could use to assist residents dealing with troublesome neighbors. We specifically didn't do a noise bylaw because we wanted it to be more expansive. And so that's how we came up with the term nuisance. And nuisance is a legal term. And it has a legal definition. It has been tested in court a number of times, and there's actually textbooks on the law of nuisance, both private and public. So the nuisance term is there for a specific reason, and it's because the courts have made a determination on what is included and what isn't included in nuisance. So when you look at in Nova Scotia, there's a decent example, a good example of how the province of Nova Scotia defines nuisance, and it's found in the Farm Practices Act. So if you're a farm and you're under the Farm Practices Act, you are exempt from civil nuisance claims, but you're also exempt from municipal bylaws that have to do with nuisance. And the Farm Practices Act says that nuisance includes odor, noise, dust, vibration, light, and smoke. So those are examples of what's nuisance. But in essence, what nuisance is about is an interference in the enjoyment of your property. There is likely, and I suspect council members have been asked questions about how do you figure out what is nuisance? And again, you have to keep in mind that these bylaws are prosecuted in provincial court and are seen over by judges who have access to case law, and they're prosecuted by lawyers who also have access to case law. And if the person that's charged has a lawyer, then they are also available to look up the case law. In essence, nuisance is an act or condition that unreasonably interferes with another's use and enjoyment of land. And so noise, smells, pollution, those are regular examples of nuisance, but it has to be unreasonable. So it's more than just an inconvenience. So that doesn't have to show up in the bylaw, because that shows up in the case law that looks at what is and what isn't a nuisance. It has to interfere with the use and enjoyment of the property. So that's where we get into the neighborhood. And then the other aspect that we included, which is a bit different. So for those of you that are aware of dog bylaws, the MGA provides that you can have a dog bylaw that says you can't have a dog that consistently disturbs the quiet of the neighborhood. And the MGA says that evidence of one person being disturbed by a dog is evidence that the neighborhood is disturbed by a dog. We didn't want this to just be able to be acted upon by one resident against another resident in the neighborhood, because we were concerned that that would just lead for a tit for tat, one complaint after another. So we put it at 2 residents in the neighborhood, and that the properties have to be close enough to be within sight or sound of the offending action. And so we felt by including that in the bylaw, it provided a level of certainty that it wouldn't just be one neighbor acting against another. Now, if that one neighbor can convince a second neighbor to join them, that meets the threshold of the bylaw, but they would have to give a statement to the RCMP confirming that they were bothered. And they would be subject to being subpoenaed to go to court to give that evidence. Because at court, you would have to establish 2 neighbors within sight or sound of the subject property were bothered. So it's not enough just to say I'm bothered. You have to tell it to the RCMP when they show up to give a statement so that they can have reasonable grounds to believe the offense has been committed. And then if there's a not guilty, or if there's a challenge, and they enter a not guilty plea and go to court, then both neighbors are subject to being subpoenaed to attend as witnesses. Both would have to give evidence. The failure of either to give evidence would cause the charge to fall, because there would be the absence of the essential element of the second neighbor. So it's not enough just for two people to get together and say they're bothered. They have to be prepared, as in all criminal code offenses and municipal bylaw offenses that go to provincial court, to give evidence to that effect. It's not enough to give a statement and expect the statement to be received by the court. There are only limited opportunities for sworn evidence through written form to be accepted in place of oral evidence. And so, keeping in mind that this bylaw is prosecuted within a provincial court framework can help some people understand why the language is used and why it's written the way it is. The last revision that we did, we went out to the forest industry because we had some concerns that the exemption for business wasn't clear enough. There is an exemption for businesses that are operating reasonably and then or they're operating appropriately, and then we define appropriately in the bylaw. But we had a concern that the forest industry, which typically starts early and ends early, but can be loud. We wanted to make sure that forest operations did not trigger this bylaw and could not trigger the bylaw. So we engaged with people inside the forest industry, and in particular Freeman Lumber and Billy Freeman, and asked their view on what we should include. And they provided two different types of operations, and we've included both of those as exemptions. We also then turned our minds to farming. And so although the Farm Practices Act does provide a level of protection, we wanted to ensure that the bylaw also recognized farming operations as an exemption, particularly as it relates to odor. And so a farming operation that meets the definitions as outlined in the bylaw is also excluded and exempted from the application of the bylaw. And we also have recreational activities and community activities, as long as they're appropriate and the appropriateness is examined on a case-by-case basis. So we think that we've provided all of the exemptions that would be necessary. We've tried to limit the application with the requirement of 2 residents having to trigger it. It's always open to the RCMP to exercise their discretion on whether or not to charge, so that's another level of protection. And then if there's trial, if there's a not guilty plea and it goes to trial, we also have the ability to pull the prosecution if we feel it's inappropriate. So there's all kinds of levels of protection on how this would operate. We do not have any intention of retaining or hiring a bylaw enforcement officer to enforce this. This would be done by the RCMP, and they have expressed to us continuously and repeatedly that they will enforce the bylaw, but it is a low priority, and it would always fall below any criminal code offense. So if there's a criminal code issue that they're dealing with, this would have to be put on the side. Now, because it's not a noise bylaw that's triggered by a decibel reading, the RCMP do not have to be present to experience the nuisance firsthand. They can rely upon witness testimony on determining whether or not the charge is laid. So we don't have that additional requirement that you see in some noise bylaws where it says if it's over a certain decibel limit, then it's a defense, because then you have to be there with your reader at the time in order to make that element of the offense. So we intentionally left that out. I understand that there has been reference to regulations made under the Environment Act that provide some level of information about environmental assessments and how the province deals with sound. That exists, but it exists for a very specific reason. It's for environmental assessments, mostly having to do with wind turbines. We intentionally didn't go with a decibel level for sound. We left it so that if the sound is a nuisance, so it's an unreasonable interference with people's enjoyment of the practice, and it's more than just an inconvenience, it doesn't necessarily matter how loud the sound is. It's that it's a nuisance. So that was an intentional choice when we drafted the bylaw to avoid the whole issue of decibel levels. Now, some places, particularly towns, have decibel levels, but they typically also have their own police and are able, because of the geographic size of the area, the police can show up when the party is ongoing. and take a reading. But we don't, we're 1,750 square kilometers. And these events can occur anywhere within our municipality, and so it's just not reasonable to believe that any police force would be able to respond at, typically a lot of these things happen at night, to get out there and actually be there to see what's going on. So this is it's another tool that will be available to the RCMP to assist residents in dealing with problematic neighbors who are acting in a way that goes beyond an inconvenience. It reaches to the level, not necessarily criminal, but it's heading that way. So happy to answer any questions. Okay.
Councillor Hubli.
I think everyone saw the email that went out last night, and I had a conversation with the resident at the New Germany meeting. And there is a real concern when you get a neighbor that has a problem with a neighbor, and that neighbor goes and gets some friends to also call and also call. But I think you've addressed that in your little speech there. I don't even know. Okay, lengthily. Is this document too vague, in your opinion?
So the document itself, I think, is I don't think it's vague or ambiguous. I think it's at a level that can be enforced. I think the challenge is we're using a legal term, nuisance, and nuisance has a history of jurisprudence that most non-legal folks wouldn't be familiar with. So I think if there's a challenge in residents and they ask, well, why isn't nuisance defined? Nuisance is defined, and it's defined as an unreasonable interference with the use or enjoyment of property. Some people don't find that a fulsome definition, but at law it is. And then there's key elements of nuisance which have been recognized by the courts. So light can be a form of nuisance. Like if you shine a bright light into your neighbor's window, that is a nuisance. It is unlikely to be the subject of a criminal code charge, but it would be caught under this bylaw, and there would be an ability for the RCMP to respond. But it's in the context of the RCMP enforcing and the provincial court making findings of guilt. So it's set up in a way that is, I think, legally understandable. I know that I had a discussion yesterday with a business owner who was and has been the subject of complaints on the nature of their operations because of loud music, for instance, that goes late into the evening. But they have a liquor license, and the liquor license allows them to operate until midnight or 1 o'clock, depending upon the day of the week. So if they're operating within a liquor license and they're making noise, the fact that they're upsetting their neighbor would not run afoul of this bylaw because they're operating appropriately in the nature of the business. If it's just someone at an Airbnb who is there for a weekend or a week, and neighbors on both sides live there, and they're going to work every day, the people that are renting the Airbnb are there for a vacation. They're playing music late at night. They're bothering both of their neighbors. It's not a mischief charge under the criminal code. Without this bylaw, the RCMP could show up and say, you're disturbing the peace, please turn it down. But if they don't, it's unlikely the RCMP would be able to do anything. In this circumstance, if the bylaw is in place, they could issue a summary offense ticket once the bylaw is recorded with the province. And then they're given a ticket and say, here's a $300 fine. And if they do it again the next day, they come back and say, here's a second ticket, here's an increased fine. Now they can challenge the ticket and go to court and have to be proven guilty. But the hope is that the issuing of the ticket will correct behavior. Now, the instance that brought this to our attention, that person has been convicted of a criminal code charge of mischief. Their behavior has not changed. So we can't guarantee the correction of behavior, but we can give the RCMP additional tools that they can use to try to correct behavior, or at least impose a monetary penalty.
When I first read the document, I felt that it was highly unlikely that anyone would ever be charged. It was so vague. I agree we need protection. So for some of the residents, I do support it.
Counselor Smith and then Counselor Bell.
I have a few things that I want to say, but first, just a point of clarification. I think, Tom, when you were talking about the neighborhood, you said they had to be within sight or sound, but they don't. It's the way it's written. 4F, the definition is neighborhood means in the same area or nearby, including but not limited to the area within sight or sound of the subject property or the activity.
Yeah, so it's defined in a way to be expansive, but in practice, if they can't see or smell or experience the nuisance, then they couldn't be subject to it. So if you are, how can I put this? If you live 3 houses away and you can't hear it, but you live in the neighborhood and are at the residence of your neighbor who can see and hear it, you could be the second person, although you live outside of your house is located outside of the area sight or sound, but you've experienced it. So your residence wouldn't disqualify you, but your presence would have to be established as a means for you to experience the nature of the nuisance.
Okay, that's very helpful, because that was one concern that I had, because, you know, some of the houses in our rural communities are quite a distance from each other. I will say that I support giving the RCMP this tool. From your presentation and from the way it's written, I really can't see it being used that often. And also, I think, you know, I've heard from people the concerns that it will be used against businesses. Your explanation and the way it's written, I can't see that happening. And also, you've said that it's been used successfully in another rural municipality, so I am satisfied with that as well. I just think that, you know, the way this went out last week, you know, it was presented on Facebook, and people wouldn't have had the benefit of hearing from the people who brought this forward in the first place, and what situation they were in. And I think you went through some of the details of that. And I did contact the original resident again who brought this forward. He said it's fine to use his name, Mr. Cooper. He couldn't be here today. He wanted to be here, but couldn't make it in his schedule. He fully supports the bylaw moving forward. He does feel that if there had been an ability to issue tickets, it might have stopped the situation from escalating. And I just want to say, like, this situation had a profound effect on his family and the neighborhood. When he came here in 2023 and talked about it, he used the word torture. Someone else in his neighborhood had already sold their house and moved away. They weren't able to enjoy the lake. They weren't able to enjoy their backyard. It was escalating all the time. He had at least one young child and did not feel it was safe to let them go out and play in the backyard. I mean, there are situations where bullying from neighbors through nuisance becomes extreme. And it was said very clearly to Mr. Cooper and his family and his neighbors, there's nothing we can do without the ability to issue a ticket. This was from the RCMP. Eventually, yes, they did press criminal charges, and yes, they were convicted. But I'm really stuck on the fact that it could have been stopped earlier from escalating had there been the ability to issue tickets with fines attached, and those tickets escalating. And I just want to say, you know, like, there were many comments to me like, don't add anything else that's going to cause expense for the taxpayers. And RCMP are already responding to these calls. They just can't do anything. So we're not, as far as I am concerned, I feel we're not adding extra expenses. We're actually perhaps preventing them because, you know, this court case that we've mentioned took 2 years. So that's people taking time off work. It's time that the courts were tied up dealing with a neighborhood problem. And the last thing I'll say is that, you know, I think the hope is always that neighbors can work it out. And I know that a lot of my rural neighbors feel very strongly about this and very proud of our ability to work together as a community. I totally support that. And if I thought this was going to be abused and pit neighbors against neighbors, I wouldn't support it. But I think it's crafted in a way that that's not going to happen. And in the future, I am really interested in us looking at possibly, you know, neighborhood models for mediation. It's done in Quebec. Municipalities partner with alternative justice groups, and I'd be interested in exploring that. But for now, I just feel really strongly that we need to have this in place for those extreme situations and to stop them from escalating further.
Yeah, do you mind if I just respond? Yeah, so just a couple of points. First, if we find this bylaw isn't effective and we have to make some change, council can always change it, right? So we don't necessarily have to have it perfect the first time, and we can learn through our experiences and adjust if necessary. So I think that's important to point out. And we're always at liberty to work with our residents, even if they're charged, and enter a not guilty plea to try to find a solution to avoid trial, right? So that happens in criminal cases. It can happen here. Like, we can work with the RCMP pre-charge once we know that there's an issue, because it's unlikely the RCMP are going to show up on the first instance, on the first complaint, and lay a charge. They typically try to get residents to de-escalate activities before they issue tickets, and it's only after there's an unwillingness or an inability to adjust their activity that they will issue the ticket. But there wouldn't be anything to stop us from trying to engage the resident that's the subject of the summary offense ticket and the resident that's the complainant, or residents that are the complainant, to try to find a solution. And if we did, we could always pull the ticket and not proceed with the prosecution. So that's an option that would be available to us as well, and we would work with the RCMP to try to make that happen, even if it's in an informal setting outside of a formal mediation process.
Sorry, just to clarify, the ticket always goes to court? I thought it was like a speeding ticket that you could just pay.
So the beauty of the summary offense ticket is the option for an automatic conviction. So if you do nothing, you're convicted and you have to pay the fine. But if you challenge the ticket and enter a not guilty plea, then it's scheduled for trial. But there's a timeline before the automatic conviction takes place. So once we know the ticket has been issued, we could try to work with the residents to find resolution and withdraw the SOT prior to the imposition of the fine. Or if they plead not guilty and it's scheduled for trial, we can still work with them and prior to trial, pull the ticket. And in fact, we could, even after they call evidence, if it's before a finding by the judge, we can pull the ticket. So there's lots of opportunity for us to work with residents. Our hope is that this will never be used. That residents knowing that there's a level of expectation to avoid unreasonable interference with your neighbor's property, that they will govern themselves. But this, as you indicated, this allows the RCMP to show up instead of saying, we can't do anything. It's like, this might not be criminal activity, but we have a municipal bylaw we could charge you under if you don't stop doing what you're doing. So it's just, the RCMP indicated that it would be welcome, it's a welcome tool for them to use as a means of de-escalating and addressing what I would refer to as nuisance behavior amongst neighbors.
Councillor Bell, then Moore, and DeLong, and Reinhardt is who I have on my list right now.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Person. I've been looking and been involved with this proposed legislation for a decade. I've had individuals come to council and listen to issues both at council and at Police Advisory Board involving individuals from First South, from Conquerall Bank, Upper Branch, Crescent Beach, Conquerall Mills, Bayport. These are all history issues that we really had to turn around and say to the individuals, sorry, there's nothing really we can do. A number of times the RCMP had gone out after multiple complaints, and really we didn't have any tool in place to assist them to even issue a warning of any way. They could do a verbal warning, but that was really the end of it. It was the Police Advisory Board that asked us to look into doing some type of policy or bylaw that could give them the extra ability to be able to police a community in a way when someone's quality of life was lessened, whether that was over a prolonged period of time or on an individual basis. But mainly, they weren't concerned about the party that was a wedding party or was a birthday party. These are something that all families do from time to time, and usually the neighbors are quite forgiving. It was the individuals who decided that they wanted to celebrate the football game every Friday night when the TV was there and doing a ridiculous amount of noise. When we drafted this, we were careful. There was discussion earlier, and I had mentioned that I had complaints about individuals starting chainsaws up at 5:30 and 6 a.m. And I always said, listen, in the hot part of August, July, that they need to start early to avoid trying to work under the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock sun. And so that's part of rural living. And so we address that. I've had several complaints in Conquerall Bank and in Conquerall Mills with regards to bird cannons going off on one individual has strawberry fields, another individual has blueberry fields, or trees, whatever, high bush blueberries. And I always told them that that is a farming operation and they are exempt. And if you ever spent an evening in the LaHaye River embankment, when someone within that area is firing a cannon every 4 minutes, believe me, that noise echoes back and forth as it goes down the river, and a single shot you probably hear 3 or 4 times. But people come to understand that is someone's livelihood. We've addressed that. And the people that have lived in this area long-term understand that that is part of rural life. It's sometimes when people come from away that catches them off guard. They think it's some type of big crime going on, and it's gunshots or something, but they come to learn. I am supporting the RCMP who requested this extra tool to assist them to do their job. And we've addressed other things. In our planning requirements, I know that in Blockhouse, we had bright lights in a parking lot that was directed towards the highway or directed towards neighboring houses. We addressed that. People understood. It's just a matter of bringing something in to help either staff or the police to do their job in an appropriate way. And I don't really see this as something that will be done to go after people. I see this as a way to assist people to be able to enjoy their quality of life. The government of Canada doesn't buy EHS 101 helicopters because they want to rescue lobster fishermen on a regular basis. But if they didn't have them and a distress signal came out, oh, we don't have the equipment, we don't have the tools, somebody will go find them. How would that go? So this is the same thing on a lower scale. We need to have something in place that if we need it, we can help people and we can help the police do their job. For that, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm probably going to get kicked off the Police Advisory Board, but anyway, I understand there have been isolated situations that have brought this about. I've sat here for a number of years and heard them all. I just have a problem with a couple of isolated situations that we do a blanket bylaw for the whole municipality. What I've been hearing from my residents, especially in the last couple of weeks, is enough's enough. We're not taking no more. We're not taking it. And I have to look out for my residents. There are times that, yes, things do happen, but that's the RCMP. As far as I'm concerned, we have speeding on our roads 24 hours a day. The RCMP cannot be there to catch these speeders because they don't have time, they don't have the resources. But yet, we put a bylaw like this in place where people are going to misuse it, and they are going to misuse it because they're going to go neighbor against neighbor. So right now, I cannot support this the way it is because I have to listen to my residents. I have to, I'm tired of laying it on too thick, and that's what they're feeling right now. So thank you.
Councillor DeLong.
I am generally in favor of this. I won't do a lot of speechifying because other members have already said everything that I might say and took my Blockhouse example as well. So I guess I just have one question. Legal definitions give us, the tools that we need to understand just how severe this would have to be in order to meet that threshold where an offense would be handed down. What's the legal definition of recreation activity? Because that one feels really broad to me. So it says in section 6, G, recreation activity carried out lawfully and in a manner that is appropriate to the nature of the activity.
So a term like recreation activity would go to a layman's definition of what a reasonable person would believe to be recreational activity. And then the additional element is that it must be appropriate, and appropriate is defined in the bylaw. And appropriate is defined as being reasonable in the circumstances, considering the intensity, frequency, duration, and timing of the activity. And the gatekeeper of this is, at first instance, the RCMP. So first, they would have to be satisfied that the activity in question is a nuisance in that it unreasonably interferes with the reasonable enjoyment of property. And they would also have to be satisfied that the activity is not an exempt activity to which the bylaw doesn't apply. And so the RCMP have the discretion in the first instance on whether or not charges are laid. To use a more common experience, you could be speeding and you could know you're speeding and the RCMP can know you're speeding and they can pull you over for speeding. It doesn't mean they have to charge you with speeding. Right? So they have the discretion on whether or not to exercise their authority to lay a charge. And so if you are pulled over in that instance and you're very polite and you show the proper demeanor, maybe you don't get charged. But if they pull you over and you start cursing and swearing that how dare they pull you over, you may get charged. The discretion rests with the RCMP. The second level of discretion rests with the prosecution. And so the prosecutors can only proceed if they have a reasonable grounds to believe that they'll be successful and that the evidence is there to support the charge. And so that's the second level of protection to ensure that unreasonable prosecutions and charges don't take place.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thank you. I have a comment and I have a question or two, depending on how much time I have. I have received communication from residents in my district who are at their wits' end because they've had the misfortune to end up living next to bad neighbors. Neighbors who they've tried to communicate with, tried to reason with, tried to reach some compromise, and the situation either remains the same or becomes worse. I've also listened to all of the discussions and public input on previous meetings in council on this. So I do believe there is a need for this bylaw. It's not here to restrict people from enjoying their own property. It's to put a clear process in place so that people do have something to turn to when they're dealing with extreme bad neighbor situations. So I'll be supporting this, and I appreciate all the extra clarification on the legal terms because that answered a lot of the questions I had coming in. One thing I'd like a little clarification on, you've kind of answered this with saying that so people can appeal it if they feel they've been wrongly accused. Could you just clarify what the process would be if someone feels that it is, an unfair accusation?
Sure. So because it's a ticket, either long form information, which would require you, maybe I'll step back. There's two ways to prosecute an offense under a bylaw. One is called a long form information, which requires you to attend court to respond, and the other is a summary offense ticket, which has the option of an automatic conviction. So on the long form information, if that's how the RCMP proceeded, then the accused would have to present themselves in court, at which time they would plead guilty or not guilty. If they plead guilty, it moves to a fine. If they plead not guilty, it moves to a trial. And at trial, the obligation is on the Crown to prove all the elements of the offense. And if they do that, then the court could convict, and then it moves into sentencing. So it's not an appeal, it's exercising their right to hold the Crown or the authority to the standard of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense has been committed. So that protection always exists. If they feel that the court made a mistake that's in an area that's subject to appeal, you can appeal a provincial court decision because this would be a provincial court issue. So there's also that level of protection. If the automatic conviction is entered, there's also provision for overturning an automatic conviction if the person that's charged can demonstrate and pull themselves within the legislation that allows for it to be overturned. So if they ignored the date and didn't appear and got automatically convicted, it's unlikely to be successful. But if they have a reason that's acceptable to the court can overturn an automatic conviction, allow them to enter a guilty plea, and then proceed to trial. So there's a number of protections that are in place.
So this is around, there seems to be a lot of interpretation by our CMP officers on, if they respond to a call. So would there be a plan for them to have, any kind of training or guidelines on, when something is actually a nuisance versus when it's not? Just to prevent like any unfairness and.
Yeah, so we have very little, to the point of almost having no ability to provide instruction to the RCMP and when they do not issue a charge. They interpret the bylaw. That's part of their training, and then they have to be satisfied that, based upon what they've read in the bylaw, that an offense has been committed. We could certainly work with the RCMP if they had any questions, but this bylaw isn't so complicated that I would expect that would be necessary. And so upon their reading of the bylaw, they would assess a situation and make a determination on whether to issue a warning or issue a ticket. Depending on which way they go will determine how things proceed. If they go with the ticket, then it triggers a whole process. If they go with a warning, then it ends at that point. If they are called back another time and they have issued a warning, then there would be more likelihood of being a ticket issued. What the RCMP have cautioned us on is that even with this additional tool, it's still a low-level offense that they would investigate. And so they do try to respond to all calls. As the case is now, if a neighbor calls with a complaint about noise in particular, they can show up and try to convince the resident to turn down the noise, but they have very little ability to force anything beyond that. This would at least give them a tool when they show up to say, I could issue you a ticket right now in the hopes that it would change behavior. But it's they were very clear that they make no guarantee that if a call comes in, they will actually be able to get there during the period when the event is still ongoing. But that doesn't mean that they can't charge after the fact, because their firsthand knowledge of the offense isn't necessary to proceed. They can go on the witness testimony of neighbors.
I don't see any other hands right yet. I do have a question kind of on that. If a business is operating within their rights in accordance with the terms outlined in their liquor license with the operating hours, will that be conveyed to the complaint caller to let them know that they have the right to operate within these hours to eliminate the need for an RCMP visit?
So that would be at the discretion of the RCMP. Oftentimes, the RCMP will notify the complainant on what took place, particularly if there's a charge, because they have to give a formal statement. But that's something we could look into, but we don't really control the operations of the RCMP. So it would be based upon their normal practice. It's likely if the complaint came in and it was about a business that had a liquor license, the RCMP would probably be aware of the business and the presence of a liquor license and the terms of operating, and would likely, I would think, say to the complainant, they're operating under provincial license. We don't have much ability to enforce beyond that. And this bylaw, by using the word appropriateness, takes into account a whole host of activities. Like a bar typically has a liquor license that will stop at a certain hour, and they're open for another hour to allow the patrons to continue consuming their drinks that they bought before the license stopped, and then have a shutting down. So it's not necessarily when the liquor license ends, 10 minutes later, if you make a noise, you're going to be prosecuted, because the appropriateness would have to be determined. But we really did try to take the time to put in inside the bylaw the terms and conditions that we thought were necessary to avoid this being used inappropriately by residents, and but make it effective enough that it would be a tool the RCMP could use. Because again, they're having to show up anyway. Like if you call about your neighbor, the chances are the RCMP will show up at some point to get your statement. This just allows them to have a tool when they show up that they can actually possibly do something when in situations where they don't feel the criminal code is an appropriate response.
And one other question that I had on that, I was approached by several members of the fishing community yesterday, and while there's exemptions for under item 6 for forestry, agriculture, normal farm practices, would they fall under businesses operating lawfully under 6F in a manner that is appropriate to the nature of the business? And they specifically said that they hit the ocean on lobster season at the god-holy hour of 5 a.m. and want to make sure that this wouldn't stop them from normal operations.
Yeah, so the fisheries are a regulated industry. We didn't specifically identify fishing operations. If council wanted us to, we could definitely find a definition to include, but the Business Act, the exemption for businesses operating lawfully is expansive. We've just focused on agriculture and lumber as two of the primary focuses of the businesses in our area. But if council, prior to first reading, wanted us to add a specific exemption for fishing operations, we could certainly do that.
I think several residents in my area in Blue Rock, Stonehurst, there's multiple people. I personally would like to see that, but if there's not the will of council, then that's okay as well. But we do list the other operations, and I think it would help ease the minds to add fisheries as well. And Councillor Reinhardt might have some in her district as well, but I definitely have many in mine. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Reinhardt.
Yeah, just to comment on that first, yeah, I'm very supportive of that. My initial thought when I read the bylaw was that I thought that all of those industries would be included in the business practice part, but I have no problem with making some, very clear specifications about that. Also, I just wanted to quickly echo Councillor Smith's comment on mediation. I know that Halifax Council just put some funding forward to explore a community mediation program. So that's something to keep an eye on how that goes, to see if that might be something we want to examine in the future.
Not seeing any other hands, there is a motion before you to bring this to the next step, which would be to council. And I'm wondering if anybody's willing to bring that forward. Councillor Smith.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to council that municipal council approve the proposed neighborhood nuisance bylaw 050 and recommend that council conduct first reading at the April 22nd, 2025 council meeting. I so move.
Is there a seconder on that motion? Seconded by Mayor McLean-Weil. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Oikle.
I said I'd wait till now. So I just want to make sure that, because we have heard from some members here on council regarding possibly more taxpayer money being used for this. I'm under the understanding that there is no taxpayer money being used for this because it is all being done by the RCMP and the Crown. We wouldn't need to hire a lawyer or anything like that. Is that correct?
So municipal bylaws are prosecuted by the municipal solicitor, but the RCMP do not, they don't charge extra for doing our bylaw prosecution, and we have not hired a bylaw enforcement officer. Council is always, it's the option of council if they want to hire a bylaw enforcement officer, but at this time, our enforcement would be through the RCMP. And there's also, if convicted, there are fines. And the fine level increases depending upon the number of convictions you have. So first conviction is the lowest level, second conviction elevates, and the third conviction elevates it even more.
We will not have to use taxpayers' money to prosecute or issue any of those those tickets because it's already done through the RCMP, correct? I'm just wanting to make sure that,
Yeah, so,
to clarify
yeah,
that.
so presently, the RCMP would enforce this ticket.
Right.
But in the future, if council were to choose to get a bylaw enforcement officer, then the
Right.
RCMP or the bylaw enforcement officer could enforce the ticket.
Right, and only then would then the taxpayer be paying for it if we hire a bylaw officer, right? If we were to hire
So
one,
if-
we'd have
if-
to pay for him.
If you hire a bylaw enforcement officer, you're paying them a salary. You don't, you
Right.
wouldn't pay them extra
No,
to go to
no,
court.
no.
Yeah.
I'm just, maybe I'm not explaining myself right.
Yeah.
That I'm just
I
wanting
just
to
wanna be
make
very-
sure that that taxpayer money is, extra taxpayer money isn't going into this bylaw being put into existence.
That's right,
That's all I wanted to know.
yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All those opposed? Opposed is Counselor Burns and Counselor Moore. Motion is approved. We will take a short 10-minute recess and then resume with our meeting. And we're back, and we're going to move along in the Administration Department to 9.1.2, Strategic Priorities Work Planning, and we have Alex Demerick, our Deputy CAO, to lead us in that discussion.
Oops. Good morning, committee members. There we go. So I'm here this morning to speak to you about some prioritization for your work. As you are all well aware, this is a new council. After the election in 2024, Council did some work developing strategic priorities, which you can see on the left of your screen. And those fed into the budget process. It was a somewhat compressed approach given the timing of the election. Normally we're able to do a little more detail, so some of the prioritization can happen before you get to the budget process. Nonetheless, Council did do some excellent work in terms of sorting out and providing clarity about where your priorities lie. So staff are coming back with a number of projects that have been identified either through that strategic planning process or during budget deliberations to try and provide some order and clarity on scheduling for these items. Oh, right. Yes, we need that one as well. Thank you, April. I suppose I should just go backwards for the live stream so that it's clear there. We forgot to broadcast that. So there's the strategic priorities in chart form. The origin for the projects which are identified in the table in your agenda package come either from the strategic priority setting process, as I mentioned, questions arising during the budget deliberations, previous direction from council, presentations that have been made by community groups to council, and then there are a few items which are carryovers which weren't completed in the previous term or are required by either legislation or there's a policy requirement in your own policies dictating a review. So staff has provided a first draft of a prioritization of these different projects. The first item for prioritization was whether they were explicitly mentioned in your strategic priorities. Next was if there was strong alignment with those priorities, and then what kind of impact it would have on citizens. So something that was more operational, hiding in the background, for example, would have less of a prioritization than something which can provide a direct improvement to a service provided publicly to citizens. There are also some timing considerations. So we have limited staff in the various departments. And so if, for example, you have a fire services coordinator who's working on the training strategy and the governance issue that has arisen as a result of the incident in Cumberland County, then there's other projects that the fire service coordinator can't be working on until those are completed. And then another factor is also if there's a decision required of council that will impact other projects, that can increase the prioritization, or if we're dependent on another partner in order to get a decision or information from them before council can make a decision. That's a reason why, for example, something might be of a lower priority because it will take longer to get to. And just for clarity, we wanted to highlight that there are all kinds of operational tasks, systems, and daily routines which are happening in the background. These aren't included here. So if it's, for example, processing building permits doesn't show up here because that's not a job for council. That's something that happens in the background. Just want to acknowledge that there are lots of those things happening which do consume staff time. And then capital projects are sort of a parallel track. I do have a slide that speaks to the recreation ones because there's certainly more prioritization required from council on the recreation side than, for example, your capital maintenance program for wastewater treatment plants. So just bear in mind that those are project-based tasks, but generally they're established by the capital budget, so we're just working through what's in there. So I have prepared these slides to provide a bit of a summary to the table, but I think it would work best because we are looking for direction from council whether or not you're comfortable with the prioritization that's there, is if we could go by the slides. So I've identified groupings of projects, and we could cover them off and have some discussion or questions at that point. Followed by the opportunity for discussion on any particular item that a councillor wanted to raise that wasn't covered at the end, if that's okay with the chair. Okay, so the top priorities, these are the ones ranked at the top of your chart. I believe they have a browny goldenish color in the package. These are projects which were identified, generally they're all identified explicitly within your strategic priorities. So the land use planning project, which is underway, also known as MODL 2040, the development of fixed route public transit in the communities surrounding the town of Bridgewater, the development of a housing strategy to guide council's decisions on how to improve access to affordable housing in the district, our regional growth collaboration project, which is primarily focused on establishing a committee to speed up some of the negotiations with our neighboring municipalities. Our collaborative health center, and particularly the community hub space, which will be on the ground floor, which council has discretion over what's going in there. Engaging in advocacy around cell service. This was identified as a very strong issue affecting our residents coming out of the election by council. It's not within the municipality's general authority. We don't provide cell services. We don't regulate cell service providers, but we can certainly take an advocacy role to make sure that our provincial officials know the importance of it, and that the work that they're doing through Build Nova Scotia directly addresses the gaps and concerns that we have here in Lunenburg County. And finally, implementing council's lenses. So during the strategic priority planning process, we identified a series of lenses. So these are now being incorporated into staff processes so that when council makes a decision, you can see how the lenses were considered. Are there any questions, comments, or direction on these highest priority projects?
Number 5, the Collaborative Health Center Community Hub. At what point do we need to make the decision, this is what we're going with? I know we've had some consultation with the public, we've talked about it numerous times. At what point does that decision have to be made in their building process?
So where that project last was with council is that you directed for more targeted stakeholder engagement to occur, to get more information about possible partners and uses. There is a what we heard report from that targeted stakeholder engagement, which is coming back to council, possibly, I believe we're finalizing the scheduling for that, and it will be this month. So it's not necessarily a final decision required then, but you'll have more information, and we're expecting some level of direction so that we can proceed down that road. In terms of when the final decision is required from Lumia, I don't believe we have a firm date on that. They are moving ahead, as you can see, with site preparations, but they have not gotten to the stage where they're submitting for building permits. We would very much like to have the use firmed up before they proceed to the building permit stages. Could affect configuration.
Councillor Bell.
These 7 priorities, are they in a list of priority? Were they voted by council, or how did one become 1, one become 2?
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me clarification on that?
Yes, sure. The council did not put order to these. This is your opportunity to make comment on the order. Staff in the form of your directors team have put them in order. And so some of the factors that went into it, the primary factor was, did council explicitly identify these? So most of these projects on the highest priorities are not just explicitly referenced in your strategic priorities document, but were identified as touching on all 4 or 5 of the particular focus areas that council had identified. And we are looking for commentary this morning from the committee on whether or not the order is out of whack. Now, practically speaking, shifting housing strategy down to 3 for 4 and moving regional growth collaboration up isn't going to impact our work plan. This cluster will give direction to staff to work on these. But if, for example, there's something down in section 42 that you want to see up at 4, that will affect how staff resources are deployed.
Mayor McLean-Weil?
I would just like to make a few comments because I did have some discussion with both our deputy CAO and CAO on this, and to reflect the fact that we had a lot of items. There's a lot of work that we generated from our discussions, and it became a very, what I think, a very difficult document to really manage. One of the things that I think is important today is that we really be clear about what is priority. And I think all of us know that what's listed as number 1, land use planning, is going to take an enormous amount of work. I think last night demonstrated the appetite of our community to really respond to this in a way that is going to require, for example, last night, it will require a number more meetings just in the New Germany area. So that's a huge workload for planning staff, but I think it is important that as councillors, we are truly engaged in that process. And I know we all have lots of commitments in our lives, but I think in order to make this document one that we really can be proud of and that reflects the community, we need to work with our staff on it. So I say that from now till the end of June, for us as councillors, that is going to be the work. And we will have to go back out in the fall with another round of meetings, and probably in between there's some more meetings. So it's a little heads up, folks, to the work that we're facing. But I think my sense from last night and the other conversations, I was with Councillor Smith in Walden, and Councillor Moore and Councillor Smith in New Germany at the Coffee Cafe the week before, and we're just getting started. But in all cases, people really appreciate that we are there as councillors to hear and to help balance the perspectives from the people, from the staff, and from our side representing residents. So I encourage us all to really make that commitment. Having said all that, I think that there is a lot of work in this document, and we're going to bring it, this is a working document. What's being presented today are the priorities, but we're going to come back to this when we have a relook and a rethink of our priorities in the fall as we go into budget, and then we can start to look at where are we in this. This is a work plan, and if, as you realize in the document, there are times attached to this, and I think that is really important because it sets out a work plan for staff, but it sets out a work plan for us as council so that we know where our measurements are in terms of our progress in getting work done. And I think it's easy to keep pushing things and pushing things and pushing things. And personally, I'm about getting stuff done, and I feel around this table there's a strong commitment to getting things done. And I think that's what we should work towards, and that's why we're putting in timeframes and dates. And we all know that things happen and we'll have to adjust, but if we don't work towards that and completing tasks, then at the end of our term, we're going to go, what did we do, folks? And I don't want us to be able, I don't want, as your mayor, to be there, and I think that from talking to all of you, you want to put your work into things that are going to make a difference here and support the work that our community wants us to do. So that's why I feel today is important to really focus on the priorities, recognizing there's a lot more, we have more time to come back and bring things forward. So having said that, the last thing I want to say is around the self-service advocacy. So sometimes when we think of advocacy, we think of oh, well, we'll write a letter or we'll call the MLA. I have said to staff, and I think you will, I'm hoping you'll support me, that we need a plan on the advocacy. We need to involve our residents in this, and there are some things we can encourage our residents to do, and we need a plan around that so that we kind of launch it. And I was really involved in around 2014 in working with some community members from Baker Settlement and Wildville who really started pushing council at the time to really think about internet and to get involved in it. And, we had community members who literally went door to door surveying their neighbors about what their level of service was in their internet service, excuse me. And we brought all that information to council and presented it, and council eventually responded to all that and got really involved in it. I'm not suggesting that for cell service that's what we want to do, but I think the first step for us to do is to really involve our residents, capture their interest in this. So we need to know where are the drop zones, where are people having really bad service, and it's widespread, we all know that. So we're going to, I think what we need to do around that is develop a really strong plan to involve our residents, and then take what we get from them and then use that to advocate with our MLAs, with the Build Nova Scotia people, and with the Premier to say, we are not in the plan here, and we're not. Lunenburg County is not in the Build Nova Scotia plan. And all of the surrounding municipalities are. What happened to us? So I think that's really important that we have a good plan for that, so.
And for anyone listening and not having the agenda package in front of them, these 55 items that we're going to go through are all topics over the last 6 months that councillors have brought forward, perhaps on behalf of their residents, to say, let's add that to a list because we wanted to come back to it. And here's this list coming back before council so those items don't get lost. So there's some accountability for what we heard on the doorsteps or on the phone or through email. And here's our chance to really go through them, realizing that we can't do them all. We have to prioritize them and go forward with them. Councillor Smith.
I agree in general with the approach. I do know, though, from experience that when you've got really big projects on the go, that sometimes it's nice to have a nice, smaller win, something completed. So I would just urge us to also think about how we could interweave some of this with actually like things that we could finish in, one meeting. And along those lines, I would say having a discussion about RCMP criminal record checks, is one that we could cover off quickly. We could do it in one meeting, I think. Maybe it's longer, but I'm just saying, like, having a few smaller pieces in there where we can address residents' concerns and say, yeah, we did that. We're working on some really big, huge things right now, but we got this thing done. I'd like to see a few of those crossing our table in the next while. And that's an example. I think the criminal record checks, removing the fees, is just it's a small quality of life issue for people that they have to come and pay for a criminal record check here and then go to the RCMP station to get it. And I've had several residents mention it to me already, like, could we remove this fee for service? It's such a hassle that I would just love to be able to address that. But if there's no appetite for it, then it can stay at the bottom of the list.
I've taken note of the request to increase the time or shorten the timeline for criminal record checks fees. If I could ask to just park that for now for a little bit later in the discussion. Your point about interspersing smaller projects within is an excellent one and a nice segue to the next slide. So we do have some other projects which aren't in that bucket of highest priority items, but will be able to be completed sooner. One of the reasons for this is it's not a small project, but it's close to completion. So cluster development regulations, for example, is making its way back to the council table with the exemption discussion that was recently held by council. So we expect to be able to complete that soon. There's other projects identified here, for example, presentation from Be the Peace on the gender-based violence issue. Staff owe council a report on that. So at least identifying what should happen with that, what your options are. So that's something that we would normally get through in a shorter period of time. We've included that there in the shorter timeline, even though it's not top priority, but it does have some strategic alignment. The discussion about park washrooms, local procurement analysis, the cost of vault toilets versus exploration of whether or not there are accessible porta potty options that are available. We have that as something we want done immediately because it affects your capital budget for this year. It was an excellent question that came up and some discussion. And another development since council had that discussion is the province has finally passed their built environment standards. So instead of relying on various different standards that exist, we now have the provincial standard which applies to Nova Scotia parks. So we can now go and assess different products and options and explore that. So we think the timing is perfect to bring that discussion forward and have that addressed before we go out to tender on a vault washroom at Indian Falls, for example. Food Hub feasibility report and decision. Again, that's one that was in the queue. It's making its way back after the public engagement. So you will have a what we heard report and some analysis so that council can have some discussion on how you want to proceed, what form, and where we go next from there. So the other projects that we anticipate getting to before we start new business in the fall is a report on volunteer sector support. So this really addresses your quality of life question. What are the ways that we can work at improving community fabric? And we're quite excited. We have a small working group at the staff level to try and bring forward some neat examples from other communities that have been highly successful at supporting community groups and bringing together community to try and address the sort of social isolation that council reported hearing loud and clear during the campaign. Neighborhood nuisance bylaw, you spoke about that this morning already. In your budget, you approved funds for the pilot project for the e-bike rental. So the procurement's underway for that, and we're hoping to launch that so that we can have it up in place for the summer so that you can evaluate the success of that program after a season. And then we did receive some input from the public about paved shoulders in Wildville. We'd like to address that quickly as it was a suggestion from the public in our budget deliberations. We didn't get a huge amount of public input, so we thought we could at least get some information back for council to consider. And then it does tie into some other priorities where we have, for example, the active transportation strategy, which was developed for council consideration but not approved. So we believe there's more conversation that needs to be had on that front. Are there any questions or comments on these projects, which will be the first ones to come back to council's desk?
Councillor Oigel.
Yes, I'm really glad to see that you're looking into the paved shoulders in Wildville. I've brought it up, as well as you have said, that community members have brought it up here at our stand, and many community members have brought it up to me. And that's why I have brought it to council quite a few times over the terms. So I'm glad to see that there.
Councillor Burns.
I'm actually just going back one slide with my comments. I didn't raise my hand high enough on that. I'm sorry. No, that's my fault. I'm sorry. I just wanted to actually support and echo the mayor's comments on cell service advocacy. It is regularly brought up with me, and most folks in a very good way, and they understand that it's not the municipality causing it, but they are just looking for assistance from one level, and this is one way that we're meeting people where they're at and being relevant and supporting them in their quality of life. And I wholeheartedly agree with what was said, and I can speak in my district, even from campaigning. Regularly, you were just dropping calls left, right, and center. In fact, during COVID, I used to have to go up to the second floor of my barn and put the phone out the window in order to even be on conference calls. So I would whatever we need to do to both put it up as a higher priority, but to communicate to residents as well that it is a high priority, would, I think, be a positive thing. Thank you.
And just on that, it's so funny where you can get cell phone service and where you can't. I can be on the ferry heading to Chester and have a perfect phone call, but I can't take one in my living room at home in our district. So having those pockets of knowing where the drop zones are will be a really important part of that process. Any other questions on the first slide or the coming up project slide? Councillor Brooks.
One of the things that I think we'll have the opportunity to get into a little bit more, hopefully this year, regarding economic development. Oh, could we go back one slide, please? Thanks, Alex. It does touch on these things as, for example, public transit, housing strategy, and cell service advocacy in particular are all going to be elevated when we can put a REN back in place in this area. So the economic development people have said, as I've talked to them about these things, once you have that in place, you both have some dollars unlocked and you also have a little bit of different clout to address some of these issues. So I hope as we, both the business community in the South Shore and as councils in the South Shore start to look at how we become one of the, fill one of the few gaps that's in the entire province with the regional economic network. And we hear from the people who have experienced the benefits of that, and the province is willing to come and talk to us so that we can understand how it will help us with some of these priorities. If, Tom, you have anything to add on to that further, please do. But I just want people around this table to understand that it's a really important part of this. I think that it's going to unlock some things for us and hopefully help us to move through things like cell service advocacy. So it's not just the constituents, but it's the constituents and the business community saying we have to have cell service for economic development. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brooks. So that particular item is identified separately as well, recognizing that several items there play into economic development. Project number 11 looks at establishing a formal partnership. We have heard from some of our members that there are some concerns around the term REN, but we have had positive feedback from other neighboring municipalities about developing cooperation in a formal sense at the regional level. So it's certainly highlighted. It was explicitly referenced in the strategic planning work that council did. And so that's why it's up high. It's not quite in that first bucket, but it is intended to come along shortly after.
Mayor McLean Well.
I would just like to speak in support of what Councillor Brooks is saying. I think that on the economic development, because I'm very big on this one too, that there is some kind of behind the scenes work that's going on. I know Councillor Brooks is doing this. I know that our CAO has been working in some, and I'm working at some. So there's some conversations we're having with different people to get a better understanding of what might be the best way to move forward. I think for us as a council, and I know it's in this document, we need to decide what our role is in economic development. And I think that's a conversation we need to have, because I'm not sure we all are on the same plane in terms of where our role is in this. And I think that is an important piece of this, and it might be something we'd look at for the fall. I think we've got enough in the spring, but by fall we'll have a little better, I think, some better idea of what that might look like, what resources we might want to look at in helping us sort that out. Clearly, in my mind, and that's only my opinion, is that we need to create the right infrastructure. Cell service is part of the infrastructure, but then let's think about what are the other elements of infrastructure that will allow business to prosper here, to establish and prosper here, and for the businesses that are already here to prosper. And I think that's the conversation we also need to have. And I know Councillor Brooks and I have spoken of this, but I think it is an element of this before we start jumping into the projects that we really want to. And whether there's a collective of municipal units that want to be involved in this, that would be ideal. I think honestly, I believe we are going to have to push this a little bit, and I'm prepared to do that. But with your support and involvement in this. So I think there's a number of elements to this that are important for us to really dig into before we start making big commitments down the road.
Councillor DeLong.
Yeah, just in the same vein, on economic development, I, personally benefited from the REN when it was in existence here in the South Shore when I was running a small business. I would like to know more about why it folded, so when this does come back to council, that's something that I'd like to know a bit more of.
I don't have any more hands up, Alex, if you want to continue or get direction.
A very quick comment on the previous REN was imposed by the province, and they determined the boundaries. So it stretched all the way down to, I remember attending a meeting in Clark's Harbor. There's some pretty different approaches to economic development and community needs, ranging from Hubbard's down to Shelburne County. So that was a major issue with it. Yeah,
Councillor Brooks.
Just to follow up on what Alex said, and certainly the term REN has got some stink on it from what I understand. And, we were told directly by the province, don't use the word REN. Come up with something that's going to work for you guys, and, work with your municipal partners and craft something that works with you guys. I think they understand that previously there were egos involved and there was some risk aversion involved because that map was so big that it started to lose some of the intersectionality of that economic landscape. So I think what we need to do is make sure that I had a really wonderful conversation with Lenny White, who's the mayor up in Westville. They've brought in the Pictou partnership up there, which has been a really huge boon. They've got 45,000 people in that community there, and they were told there's no way this is going to happen there, and they've done it. And so if you ever want to speak to somebody who's really excited about that, Lenny White is the guy to talk to. So he's got us charged up and given us some direction about how we can make this happen. So I hope that for those who had experience with the previous REN, that we can wash some of that away and hopefully find some solutions that work for us and get the buy-in that we need across the whole district to make it our thing and to make it work.
Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith.
Just while we're on the subject of economic development, the arts and culture policy question is very low down on the list. And really, a lot of municipalities have used that tool to engage the arts community around the arts and culture as an economic driver, stating the value of the arts to the economy. So I'm not gonna, push for the arts and culture policy to come up, earlier if that's not doable in the work plan. But when we're talking about economic development, I hope that we can really center in on our incredible arts and culture community, which often gets lost in the discussions around the economy, where we focus on natural resources or other sectors of business. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, I don't need us to move the policy up, though I see where it is in the list. I think it means that it's not going to get done in this term because the engagement that would be needed to do the work, I think, would spill over into the next term. That said, yeah, I just really support a real good focus in economic development on that.
Councillor DeLong and then Councillor Oikle. Oh, did you have your hand up? Councillor Oikle.
Thank you. One thing I didn't see on the list was something that has been mentioned here is a group, community planning group with the town of Bridgewater and the Public Service Commission around water.
That
Right? So
falls,
that
that
hasn't
falls
been,
into
I couldn't find it.
item 4, your regional growth collaboration. The working title, which is liked by some and not by others, is a Joint Regional Growth Management Committee, which would encompass the town of Bridgewater, the Bridgewater Public Service Commission, and the
All right.
Master Water Agreement.
All
So
right,
it's,
thank you.
it is a key priority because that involves infrastructure, which is needed to drive forward many of the municipality's goals.
I know the community of Hebville is very interested in finding out how that works and what will be happening with that.
Joint Regional Growth Man. Oh, we have dropped it. Growth, okay, very good. To provide some information on the arts and culture policy, as Councillor Smith has pointed out, it's lower. So it has alignment with strategic priorities. I believe it's 39, you said, April? So it is item 39. It was raised during budget deliberations, but staff didn't have clear direction from council, just that it was an item for consideration on the list. So that's an example of one of the reasons why we have this chart here today for prioritization. It would require our tourism, recreation, economic development staff at minimum, and those folks have some other projects which are currently rated higher. So the table is in Excel so that it's sortable and we can go back to staff and check like, okay, well, for example, the volunteer sector report is going to take up a lot of the special projects research capacity for the tourism recreation shop. So we don't have time to move to the arts and culture. So that's some insight into why we've slated it that way. But again, this is council's list. So if there are items that we have mischaracterized as lower priority, we need direction from you. We can't confirm where we would move them today, but we want direction from you so that we can go back and look at what was conflicting and causing that to fall lower down the list. Come back to you with options.
Councillor Oikle.
So is this where I would talk about the policing?
I'm getting to that one.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll wait.
Thanks.
Councillor DeLong, is your question in relation to what we've covered so far? Okay.
Yeah, just actually relating to what Alex just said about how staff is going to prioritize these things based on council direction. So how are you doing that? Like, because for instance, if one councillor says we need an arts and culture policy, do you need to go around the table? Do we need a vote on that?
By the end of this presentation, yes. Yep. But I think it might be helpful to have some discussion about them and get through the different categories and then deal with each of those individually to look for that direction.
Okay.
Okay. So the next, oh, sorry.
I'm hesitant to say it, but I do want to reconfirm with people that we are going to come back later this year. And to your point, Councillor Smith, about not getting to it in our term, I hope to heavens we can do that. Yeah, this is not intended to have things that we are going to push down the road. Like, to my point earlier, it is about getting some stuff done. And I really appreciate that you've brought it to the economic development, because that is a priority, and it absolutely can fit in there. I'm not sure that how it got tabled was around that as much as it was around public art and that conversation, but wherever it fits, it fits in a number of places. So just so everyone knows, we're going to come back to this in November or sometime in the fall and say, okay, based on what we've got done and what the advancement we've made in some areas, what can we move up? And I think that's really important to keep in mind, that this is not embedded in stone for 4 years or 3.5, wherever we're at now. This is embedded for the next year to year and a half, because I think dates here take us into 2026. But at the end of this year, we're going to look at our progress and really assess, based on our communication with residents over the next period of time, what we really should be involved in. There may be stuff comes up in the next 6 months that we don't know yet. So we have to be able to respond to that. So I just say that to not be discouraged by what we're identifying now as priorities, and that the things that you feel strongly about are going to be omitted or not given proper attention.
So the next category of projects are ones that council may not be as familiar with. They may have been generated by a previous council who asked for something to move along, or it may be legislation or a council policy that's brought it here. So I just wanted to highlight some of those. The first one on the list is e-permitting at number 14. So that's relation to your shared building service. We are quite excited about this, as it's going to make a service improvement for residents. They'll be able to do these things online, where previously it would require you to come in. And we are well underway on that project. Similarly, the tax portal would allow residents to get information about their tax accounts online. And that we had received a grant for that quite some time ago. So we're excited to clear that one off the books. Your neighborhood nuisance bylaw, I don't need to spend any time on that. The bioeconomy development opportunity zone, previous council had participated in a study that had identified high potential in our area to work on forestry byproduct development and attracting investment and businesses in that sector to our area. And your economic development department has some work planned in relation to that, just around the promotion and hopeful investment attraction. The dog bylaw has been on our municipal clerk's desk for quite some time. We recognize it's out of date and needs some improvement. However, different things like elections, for example, have continue to push it down the list. But we do have it on the list. It is a project that we would like to get to. Similarly, your personnel policy review, council approves the personnel policy which governs staff. In the policy, it requests or stipulates council will review it every 4 years. We're overdue for that one, but we have had other things come up. So it's on the list, but not a high priority. Local immigration partnership, there is a local collective of organizations who have some funding that was recently announced. MODL is a partner on that, and we do expect your economic development staff to be working with them on that, although the outcomes are not totally clear to this point, and you can expect more information in the future. Cape LaHave Conservation Easement, again, this was initiated, I believe, back in 2019. MODL has some responsibility for the public lands on Cape LaHave Islands, but because it originated from common land legislation, it's a bit convoluted. There was some interest from the community and then from the Nature Trust on developing a conservation easement to better protect it and preserve it in the way that it's currently being used. We are close to having that done, and in this year we do expect council to be able to make a decision on that. Marketing levy, regionally there was discussions about implementing a marketing levy, so essentially this would be an additional fee applied to room stays, and it would provide revenue to create events and help with attraction to generate more tourism. Some councils are going ahead this fiscal year, and this council does need to address that decision. We have the active transportation strategy, which I had mentioned, which has been developed in draft form and received by council, but not approved. So we would like to come back to that to help guide future investment decisions. And then we have an issue around fire service governance. Now, just to be clear, there is fire service in Clearland and Oakland, but a resident has identified correctly that while other communities have the opportunity for a ratepayers meeting and some input into the budgeting for the fire service, Oakland and Clearland, because the service is provided by the town of Mahone Bay and there's no commission in place, there is no forum for that. We're aware of that gap, but we haven't been able to get to it to this time. Any questions or comments on this bundle?
Councillor DeLong.
Yeah, thanks. I've got two things I wanted to ask a question about in this bundle. So the fire service governance in Clearland and Oakland, that's looking at Q4 of 2026 for completion. We're in ratepayer season right now, so I know that the residents who brought this forward would love to have it addressed before next ratepayer season. Is that within the realm of possibility?
So in assigning this a priority, we considered the impact on residents. So we're aware that there are a pocket of residents in this area that this is quite important to, and it absolutely is a gap in governance that we provide in other communities. Our issue is around the resources available to tackle that. The concern that we encountered with the recent events up in Cumberland County, where it was highlighted for everybody to see that there are some gaps in terms of ensuring there's accountability and processes in place to protect residents and fire departments in general, where there's issues around, for example, firefighters responding to calls while under the influence and driving with appropriate qualifications. That's a high risk to us, and we see that as something that we need to tackle. We also have the Fire Services Committee has a strategic priorities work plan, has some other projects identified on there. Currently, they're working on a training strategy, which we think is really important as we're relying on a small group of volunteers to provide the bulk of the training in terms of basic level 1 training, and we don't see that as sustainable. So those are both rated, as you can see in your chart, as higher projects, and we don't see having the time to get to the governance question until we have made sufficient progress on those two items.
Can I just follow up on that? The Fire and Emergency Services Committee, have they had this item put before them, the Oakland, Clearland governance issue?
I don't want to, I can't answer with a great amount of certainty. I can't recall them having the discussion. They have not. Yep.
I guess I would like to see it go before the committee so that it's on their roster and the priority can hopefully be determined there a little bit as well. But I'm just doing my due diligence, making sure that I'm speaking in favor of what my residents are after here.
That's a reasonable request that wouldn't affect the other priority. How the rest of the chart is laid out, we can absolutely accommodate that.
Yeah, for sure. And I did have a second one in this thing, but I can hold that until other people have gone, if you prefer. Okay. What was it? Oh, yeah, the biozone. So, yeah, sorry, Alex, I know you've answered this question before. Please refresh me. Council voted against this when we were on Tancook, I believe, and is that correct? Yeah, and yet it's still here in front of us without having been voted on by council, I think. Is that right? That's the biozone, the 24th priority item.
My understanding is that it was included in the economic development strategy that the department is working on, but we do have our Director of Economic Development on the Teams call, so he can respond with more clarity on that question.
Yeah. Please go ahead, Dave, if you can answer the question.
Just for clarity, there's a little miscommunication. Council voted against funding this study that was done to determine if Lunenburg and Queens would have an A rating. There was the biozone was in the strategy to move forward to help bring new investment to the area. So what was voted against was us funding the study. The study went ahead without us funding it. It was determined that we were an A rating, which an A plus rating actually, which was really quite good. We are working with our regional partners, no different than regional economic development, to help bring investment to Nova Scotia through the rating that we have in the South Shore of Nova Scotia, which is the only area east of Montreal that actually has that rating. We've had multiple discussions with foreign direct investment at bringing at new business forward. So we continue to work on that. If council doesn't want us to work on that, that's okay. But it is in our work plan to work with our regional partners in Queens, in Bridgewater, in Chester, and we've actually had some visits from foreign direct investments through Invest Nova Scotia in our own district on potential projects that coming forward. But happy to take a redirection if council wishes to do that.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, my question was also on the bioeconomy zone. I just feel like there's not, it's, especially for new counselors, maybe, it feels very vague. And I would like more information. I would like to know what kinds of projects are considered under it. You know, I've done a little bit of Googling to see what the biozone is about and what our partners on this are about, but we had very little on this in the orientation. And if a resident were to ask me what this was, I couldn't say. And that's, for me, that's the test. You know, I need more information. And also just where it's an ongoing thing, that also feels like that also feels like what are our goals? What's our timeline? Yeah, just lots of questions.
Councillor DeLong?
Thanks, yeah. I think at minimum, I'd like council to receive a presentation on this. And it's ranked relatively highly on our priority list. I don't feel like council's had its mark on this for it to receive that kind of priority. So yeah, I'd like to see more on it before I'm comfortable with that being priority number 24.
Yeah, if I can speak to that. I would love, and I know Rod would love to, come to council and do a presentation. Rob Babcock is with Greenspan. He's the lead agency on it. They're a agency of the province that's leading the project with our other partners in Bridgewater, Queens, and Chester. Rod would be happy to come to council and do a presentation on the biodiversity zone or biodevelopment zone, and what type of things we're working on. Of course, due to client confidentiality, we can't get into specifics, but we definitely could provide highlights of what we're doing. We've always taken the role of a supporter in this project because most of the wood fiber is certainly in the district, and Queens has Freeman's, Chester has the Kaiser Meadows, and Bridgewater has their Exit 12A, and we're trying to support our partners in this. But yes, happy to do a presentation, maybe even in May Policy and Strategy or June Policy and Strategy, either one of those two. I happily reach out to Rod.
I know you can't see us, Dave, but I'm getting nods in agreement that presentation might be good. So perhaps you can follow up with other staff to set that in place.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on the slide deck in front of you and what's presented? And as we move forward through them, we'll come back to kind of priority. But I think it's important we see all the slides and then come back. Mayor McLean-Weil.
Just on the Cape LaHave Conservation Easement, and there was a meeting, I think it's now almost a year ago, with residents in the LaHave Petite area, and it's a long time, a year later, and they haven't heard anything, and it does concern me a bit that, and I'm not opposed to the work. I think we needed to do the whole background work, but there were a lot of questions for follow-up, I think, from the residents there, and I am a bit concerned about the length of time that's now, and I understand why, but that it's now a year and they haven't heard from us, and to push it off well into, I think, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think the end of the year, I just wonder how if we are at a stage where we could make some report or provide some information back to the residents about this. And I just raised that as one point.
Yeah, thank you to the mayor for that question. We are hoping to have the conservation agreement in place by then, but the What We Heard report, which actually responds to those questions, is expected, I believe, at the next council meeting next council meeting. Yeah. So, yeah, there may be some gaps here, but what we attempted to do is identify the scope of the issue, and then when we see that scope being completed. And so for that one, I think we got it all right, where we want to have the conference, either decide you're not going to do it or have the agreement in place, but be done with it this year.
Councillor DeLong.
Thanks. So we're all the way up to number 42 on our priority list. Are there ones that are below 42 that are coming up in other slides, or if we want to discuss those, we need to discuss them now?
I believe I have one more category to cover. Yep. Okay. All right. Sorry, there's two more categories to cover. This one will be a fun one, though, I promise.
I'm going to say we wait and do these next two slides, and then we'll come back and have a bigger discussion, because a slide like this might be easy to get, to come back to and do the not recommended and then go through the list. But let's let Alex do the next two slides, and then we'll regroup and go through them on an individual level.
Okay, so there are some projects which are not recommended by staff, and I'm going to go through the rationale for each of those, and then I'm sure we'll have some discussion at that point. During the options paper discussion at Policy and Strategy on how you wanted to go about improving communications, we sort of grouped them into two categories. One were improvements that we felt we could make with the existing staff complement and an enhanced budget for freelance work and some reassignments internally. And then there were additional ones that we felt we could get to if we added a full-time position. Council decided not to add the full-time position, so we won't be getting to those extra items. Review of policing services. Again, this came up during budget deliberations. It would require the resources of the RCMP and some significant resources from staff in order to explore a different service provider than the RCMP to address some of the issues that municipalities generally experience with the provincial policing contract. It is quite an undertaking. It is extensive, and the options for council to pursue are quite limited. So there is the option of a direct contract with the RCMP, but this is generally not supported by the province. I don't believe the funding formula is the same, so it generally ends up costing more. And the alternative would be to find a local police department that's willing to provide the service. However, preliminary discussions, for example, with our neighboring town, is that they don't have an interest in providing coverage to the entire municipality. So even if there was a switch in part of the service, it would result in a hybrid model similar to what HRM has, where your rural areas would still be patrolled by the RCMP, and some of your denser population areas closer to the town might be provided through the local police force. Because we have those other priorities in protective services around fire service, we would rather see our resources on protective services devoted to those projects than a review of policing services. During the budget, there was a request for reprioritization of municipally owned roads, assessing their condition, and when we want to prioritize them for paving. Municipal staff don't recommend pursuing this work. The quality of your municipal roads, to put it bluntly, far exceeds the J-class roads. J-class roads require, in order for them to get capital improvements, the municipality has to invest half of the cost, and then it's cost shared by the province. It is frustrating that it's slow for us to get through because the province doesn't adequately fund this. But because we run the maintenance program for our municipal roads, we're able to maintain them at a higher quality without requiring pavement. And our experience going through with paving is that residents do certainly receive the benefit of a higher service level, but the costs for maintenance are actually significantly higher. And the quality of our gravel roads and the traffic on them is generally adequate, particularly since we did an overhaul of our maintenance program about 4 years ago, which has significantly dropped the number of complaints. So we are able to provide a significantly higher level of service in terms of maintenance on these roads compared to the provincial roads, and the condition of them is certainly far higher than the J-class roads. So we don't feel like there's good value for council to spend your time reprioritizing roads, which we don't actually feel are a high priority for paving, given your other the other projects which are competing for capital dollars that the municipality has. And then there was also discussion about reestablishing a sustainability committee. Staff do not feel that this would be a good use of council's time or the staff time that's required to support a committee. The committee was that existed was very helpful in developing the local climate change action plan. Council now has the plan in place. You do have work annually. You review that plan and you evaluate where you want to go with that, how you're making progress on it. And we see that as a good use of council's time. The creation of a new sustainability committee, we believe, would take you away from the other priorities that you've identified in order to support a committee which would generally are used to address new initiatives. So I'd be happy to take questions on any of those not recommended ones.
So questions on clarification only. I think we'll wait to decide if these definitely come off until after your last slide. I don't know what the last slide is, so we'll wait till that. Councillor Oigel.
I'm very clear on what he's saying. I don't agree with it. So obviously, my question has nothing to do with right now.
Hold it till we get through the next slide, and then maybe this will be the first item we discuss because it's the not recommended options, and we can go from there.
Wonderful. The last slide is just that parallel track that I mentioned on capital recreation projects. So these aren't listed here. We've resourced these projects. We're working away to try and do our best to meet our goal, which is to have them completed in this fiscal year for the stage that they're in. I did want to take the opportunity to highlight that we've assigned Maria Butts, our project manager, over to capital recreation projects, and we're working on enhancing that process. Specifically in response to council's direction that you wanted to be more strategic and more clear about how you're proceeding with recreation projects. So going forward, we would like to continue to look at all of our recreation capital projects in these various stages. So you have your concept stage where you're doing the public engagement, you're looking at the scope for what a new park or a refreshed park would include. It's very much in the visioning, addressing program needs, understanding what the scope of that project would be, and that's very much done in collaboration with community, so public engagement. The next stage, once you have that scope identified, is working through more detailed design, getting reliable cost estimates, and then critically looking for funding opportunities so that council's not paying 100% of the costs for those upgrades. Finally, you're moving into the construction stage, which is your year one capital budget where you're actually doing construction. And then your capital maintenance, these are less strategic priorities in terms of ranking which parks are getting overhauled or brought online, and this is more around maintenance required from our existing parks in order to make sure that we're maintaining them to the park standards document that council has approved.
Clarification question on?
Yes,
on this, Councillor Smith?
clarification. Was Refresh Open Space Strategy on a slide? Did I miss that?
It is in your list. It is,
It's number 20, but
yeah. So yeah, not every project is on a slide. We're just highlighting sort of how we came to prioritize them using the slides. So the rationale on that project is that we have projects in the queue already. So you've got two very large projects already in your concept stage. You have some specific questions, for example, around washrooms that you need to answer for this year's construction stage. We want to focus on those. And then refresh of the open space strategy is less critical from a timing perspective. Obviously, you want to get to it this council term, but the level of work and the amount of investment in capital recreation projects you have here is enormous. And so we see council's commitment to these and recognize that your prioritization of what's coming next is a lower priority than making progress on these and on the other things that the recreation folks and engineering folks are working on.
just to follow up to that, we very clearly said that we would be talking about the next parks later this year. Like, I know that we may not have made commitments that we were gonna, we didn't make commitments that we would address, that we would spend money on those projects, and it wasn't in the budget. But I'm pretty sure we were very clear that it would be discussed later this year, and Sherbrooke Lake was on that list, and I know other counselors will remember which of their areas were also on that list, so.
Yes, and so in the prioritization, you can see we don't have it slated until the third quarter of 2026, allowing it to be ready for the following year's budget discussions. So that was a choice made by staff. I specifically put that there, and I've added it to the list of specific projects that I think council will want to discuss whether or not you want to give a specific direction this meeting to go up or down.
Councillor Hubley?
I was kind of on the same idea. So Maliga Lake Boat Launch would fall under Refresh Open Space Strategy. Okay, thank you.
Is that the end of your slide deck? Okay. Why don't we go back, because I thought it would be, but I think I might be wrong. The projects that are not recommended, have some discussion on that, and I'll come back to Councillor Oikel, where I halted your question or comment. You may go first.
Okay, thank you. So it's regarding the policing, and I realize that policing is a very complicated and big thing. However, Mayor David Mitchell of the town of Bridgewater has offered at quite a few NSFM conferences to have their police, which is really nice that he offers somebody else, police chief to talk to council about alternative policing services. And just having someone come in and talk to us about alternative policing services from the town of Bridgewater, because they're so close and they do have different policing than we do, is just a first stage. So that maybe in going into 26 and 27, we can decide if we want to add it as a priority. And that is all that I'm asking, is that we receive information and we learn something so that we can make better decisions regarding this particular idea of whether or not we want to move forward with it in future years. But we need to have information to make that decision, and I feel listening to the town of Bridgewater police chief may help us with that decision, and that's all I'm asking.
So that suggestion would certainly not impact any other priorities if you're simply asking for a presentation to come, and that would allow you to evaluate whether or not, for example, during next year's strategic planning, if you wanted to change this from not on the list to somewhere on the list. I would just like some confirmation from the committee that that's the view of the majority of the committee.
Just dealing with policing services, just raise your hand if you're in favor of a present. Oh, do you have a comment on this one?
It was just to echo what Councillor Oikel had said, and perhaps if we're going to do that, we might even get another voice from HRM representing a hybrid model to give us some information on that as well, because it is such a big thing. It's going to take us years if we even get there, so as much information as possible would be valuable to me personally.
Councillor DeLong?
On policing, Bridgewater Police Service felt that it was in a position to offer policing to a community in Shelburne. If they can do it there, I'm sure they can, give us a reason why they could do it here as well. I would definitely like to have that presentation before we decide that this is a non-issue.
Just a show of hands for that presentation. We'll see if there's majority. There's majority, so there's your direction on that. With regards to the municipally owned road condition, I had brought this up after hearing from residents. I've since talked with our Director of Engineering who explained further, so I am okay with that one coming off personally, where I had brought that forward. Is there anybody else? Raise your hand if you're in favor of that coming off the not recommended list. Raise your hand if you're in favor of removing prioritization and condition of municipally owned roads. Yeah.
So we have been refused for funding this year. They have asked us to resubmit in an upcoming year. Would we just resubmit the list that was currently there?
So that's J-class roads.
Yes.
This is municipally owned roads. So nothing changes with the J-class. These are the municipally owned roads. I had received some emails from residents wanting to know where they were on the list, similar to J-class, and brought that up. Since speaking with Stephen Pace, it was explained that our municipally owned roads are far better than most other roads. So there's not necessarily a queue of lists because we maintain our roads to a very high standard. And I'm satisfied to go back to residents and report that. So the question before you is, are you in favor of removing this priority from the list? By a show of hands, and I would be.
Do you want it to stay on the not recommended list? Is that what you're
Yes,
asking?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Too many negatives.
Too many negatives. Okay, so direction to remove that from the list, which leaves us with an enhanced communication strategy, which we said was not resourced in the budget. What direction do you need from that, Alex?
Well, my communications manager would like you to hire another. We don't need direction unless you want to go back on what you've decided in the budget. It's simply not resourced.
Councillor Oikel.
I don't want it to go away. Like, I realize it's not something part of our budget right now, but I don't want the idea of it to be gone, that perhaps in the future there could be a co-op student or somebody, or it could be tweaked a little bit more and be more specific in the type of communication strategy that we want to do, enhanced regarding the municipal matters. And doing, I think it mostly was around community stories is what it was mostly around. And I still think that that is still a good idea, and I don't want it to go away.
Yes, the question of how we manage communications absolutely will not go away. You have some other items in your chart where you'll have more opportunity to discuss that. We just don't have the resources to get to those items in this component.
Do you have the direction you need then based on that? Okay, so that leaves us with the last item, the reestablishing sustainability committee, and no hand.
Nice try on the lead.
Counselor DeLong.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to blend two issues a little bit here. I want to discuss priority number 37 along with the potential reestablishment of a sustainability committee. I don't accept that we should not be looking at this. The rationale here is that we have the LCAP, the Local Climate Change Action Plan. We aren't implementing or resourcing the LCAP, which is, I think, why we were discussing whether or not we needed a committee in the first place. If we're not implementing the plan, why have the plan? So what I want from a committee is an implementation plan. The word community is right there in the LCAP, so I think it needs to come from the community, which is why we need a committee with some members at large. And we need to re-engage the community to do this. Having a sustainability committee, or actually rather a climate action committee, to put it in the lingo of our strategic priorities, because climate action is one of our strategic priorities. This would put us in a better position to engage with regional climate issues and our neighboring municipal partners who are prioritizing and funding climate projects. I'm mystified that this is down at number 37. Yeah, I was with you until number 25, honestly. Everything before 25, I was on board with. Once we got to the dog bylaw and nothing for climate, I got a little squirrely. Our council has declared climate emergency. Climate action is a strategic priority. We have not declared a dog bylaw emergency. So yeah, 37 does not indicate priority to me. Listing it as low priority and putting no staff time in it does not indicate emergency. We are a council that has declared climate emergency.
I certainly don't want to engage in debate with the council member. Just to provide small clarification, the Climate Change Action Plan was approved by council, and staff are working on implementing that. So I would just point out that elements of that plan are certainly moving ahead. During the budget this year, council removed some items and committed to further evaluate the success of the ones that have been implemented so far, the progress that we're making, which is annually done through a climate change action report. So I believe that they are two separate items. One is the evaluation of the plan as it's going, and the second one is around the establishment of a new committee. So I would very much welcome debate and discussion and then direction from the committee on both of the items separately. One on, is the evaluation too low and do we need to place more priority on it? And second, do you want to see a new committee or not? But I do feel like they are related but separate questions that the committee should answer.
Councillor Brooks, then Councillor Oikle.
I just want to say for the record and for point of clarification that it was not this council actually that declared a climate emergency. So just want to have that clarified.
Councillor Oikle.
The municipal government at the time did declare a climate emergency. Mayors across Canada have declared a climate emergency, which we have seen in the news. I understand that the terms of the committee that have been met, which was to come up with ideas. Whether or not we need a new committee or not, I'm really, I would need to know what would be the main purpose of that committee, because staff is initiating the actions. This council makes sure that they're initiating the actions. So I'm not really sure, Councillor DeLong's, what the new committee's job would be before I could endorse or support that. But I do agree that the committee that we had has done its job. It gave us what it was supposed to do, which was ideas to put into action.
Counselor Geelong was the next speaker, so she might want to address your comment.
Yeah, if I may. I would also like clarification, because I feel differently. I feel that this council has declared climate emergency. It just wasn't this iteration of council. This is still a decision of this counseling body, this governing body. Is that how that declaration works? Because we have to have ownership of that as this current group, despite the fact that it was a decision made by a different group. It's still the same governing body. Is that correct?
Yes, this the council declared it. So the District of Lunenburg has declared a climate emergency. It wasn't during this council term, which I believe is the point that Councillor Brooks was making. However, it hasn't been rescinded, and so all of the direction is still in place. Council has a strategic plan to address climate change, and you're working about implementing it. It's included in your budget. It's mentioned in your strategic priorities.
Thank you very much. So to the other point that was made, the Sustainability Committee fulfilled the terms of reference and its mandate, yes. And so council is now responsible for the action items that are within that plan. I do not feel that those action items are being given enough priority, given that we have declared climate emergency. Number 37 is not a priority. Number 37 is not an emergency. We haven't budgeted for that, which is why I think that we should be exploring looking at the committee. The committee can therefore give us researched opinions, facts, and so forth that can inform council on how much of a budget priority these issues should receive in future budgets. That's why I think we need a committee, or at least some sort of guidance on how we implement this. And also the other issue was whether or not we still want all the items that are in the LCAP, if we think that there are new priorities that should compete for, place on that list.
Counselor Smith.
I'm seriously considering the need for a committee, partly because it doesn't feel like there's, and maybe you can just give me more information on this. Is there any anything in the plan about when we update it? Because honestly, I do feel like the plan, like the point of climate change is that our world is changing so fast. And that plan to me feels like it was written, in almost like another decade, because things have been changing so quickly. And in that plan, I don't feel there's a high enough stress on affordability. There are some elements, but affordability has become like a big crisis for people. And I'm just putting that out there that the plan doesn't feel like a living plan to me right now, because there's no mechanism for like meeting the moment that we're in. And we've had the fires and floods, and I'm just wondering how that shows up in our plan if we're not kind of sustaining the conversation with the committee. And the risk is that it becomes irrelevant to our residents. So we've declared a climate emergency, but it doesn't feel like it's relevant. And I think we're doing lots of relevant things, but we're not communicating clearly that they are climate actions. So that was a bit of a word salad, but those are my thoughts.
Yeah, in terms of the document being living or how it continues, I can't actually answer specifically. I don't know if Jeff knows off the top of his head if there's a review period, but I do annually. The staff prepare a report that identifies progress that has been made along the way. And just like any of our other strategic plans, so whether it's an open space strategy or an economic development strategy, those strategies drive what staff bring forward for your budget options. So your clean financing or your brush tipping for wildfire risk, investments in REMO, your transit work. All of that stuff is driven in part by the fact that you have a strategic document that informs staff in terms of what they bring forward to you for options to consider in your budget. And then annually you review your progress with your climate staff, who come and give you a full presentation on this is where we are in terms of the goals that we had set forward and how we're doing in terms of making progress on them. So that is how we operationalize the living of that plan. And we feel that the current moment, you've asked for slightly more evaluation this go around in terms of outcomes and effectiveness. So that's why it's identified as a separate project as opposed to the routine annual reporting. But it is a question before council now is, do you want a committee to engage in a sort of revisioning type of work? I believe is what I'm understanding the request is. Or are you comfortable with the sort of living strategic document approach that we currently have?
I do have one new speaker, so before we kind of take a vote on that, I want to let Councillor Bell comment or question.
Thank you. The LCAP committee gave us a foundation. It was the mechanism that we used to get us to where we are with a lot of the activities that we're taking now. We're moving forward on some of these items, but I am not supportive in reestablishing the committee. We have a lot on our plate right now. And land use planning is going to challenge our time right now for the next year or more. And if you don't think you have enough challenge with land use planning, that means that you're not going to all the meetings that you can. I've tried to go to every single one of them so far, and every single one of them, I've heard something different. And I'm sure that it's being documented. I just don't know how we give weightings to this when we come out with our final report. So right now, my main priority is land use planning, and I'm not interested in having a reimagine or revisions. I want to get one thing that I consider a high priority, not necessarily by me, but there's been enough people call me in the last month that I want to move through this in a positive way. And I'm not looking for any other off-ramps or on-ramps or anything extra. I think we have quite enough right now.
Councillor DeLong, then we're going to, I have a new speaker with Councillor DeLong, Councillor Reinhardt, then we'll decide, break for lunch, and come back and get through the rest of the list. Okay, so Councillor DeLong.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am in agreement with Councillor Bell. Land use planning is my #1 priority too. As I said, I was on board for this list right up until number 25. So I'm not even suggesting that climate needs to break the top 10. We are doing a lot of climate work. But as I mentioned, we're out of step with a lot of our municipal neighbors. We don't have a committee that, I mean, maybe what we need is a regional climate committee. I'm not sure. I would like to hear from our climate staff about this, not in the immediate term. I want to hear about this before we go into the next budget cycle and when we're doing our next strategic priority visioning. So it's not #1 on my list or even maybe up to number 10. But I really want to see it higher, and I do want to see us explore the committee within the next year.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thanks. I think the thing with climate emergency, climate crisis is it maybe isn't coming up as much in general conversation now because we are facing so many other crises with affordability and, relations with our, neighbors to the south, and people are just, I think, feeling very overtaxed with everything that's going on. But the thing with the climate emergency is it doesn't go away whether we're talking about it or not. So I think that's important to remember. And I'm not sure that I would see the need for a sustainability committee right now, But I also feel like I don't have a clear idea of how we are moving ahead with the plan. So I don't know if like a review or a report might be helpful for me personally.
Yep, there are annual progress reports available. We can get that sent to you. It was presented at a previous council or committee meeting, and coming up as identified in here, you will get a new annual report that will include a little more in-depth evaluation of the outcomes of the actions and where your best bang for the buck sort of is.
Councillor Oikel has a teeny tiny little
I
point. she
think the
says.
idea of the regional is awesome because, you know, fire isn't just going to stay in one little area. Flooding isn't just going to stay in one little area. I think the idea of a regional committee to discuss what we can do with, for our whole county is a wonderful idea to explore.
Alex, can you lead the vote so I don't give council a double negative like I did in the last one? So
Staff
Alex is going to ask the two posed questions and take the vote on it. There you go.
So the question before the committee right now is staff are recommending you not proceed with the discussion or the recreation of a sustainability committee. So we're looking to confirm, does the council support that? We will not proceed with it, or do you want to consider it?
Ask the question.
So
Sorry, point of clarification. That doesn't mean it could never come up again.
of course not, no. It means it's not on your list now. You'll be, as the mayor has pointed out several times, when we get into the fall, we'll be doing a more in-depth exercise even than happened this year because the election truncated our opportunity. So you'll have this list with updated progress information on it, and you'll be engaging in a facilitated discussion on are there new issues that have emerged? Where are we in terms of progress? Do we need to reorder things, address things differently? And that will result in a new revised statement of strategic priorities that will then feed into your budget. But you're saying for now, no, not on the list. So.
Yes, to confirm that you don't want to.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, if you do not want to proceed with considering a committee.
A show of hands for that. So that is your direction. And let's, just because we've talked about it here, do you want to address the climate change or wait until we come back from after lunch?
So I've identified 5 items from the discussion so far. Fees for criminal records check, arts and culture policy, biozone, refresh of open space strategy, and the evaluation of climate initiatives, where there was some suggestion that something should either move up or down. So
Policing.
So policing, the direction I received was we will have a presentation, but it remains off the list for now. Yep. So I'm good for direction on that. You know, my to-do list is a different list. This is the list of items that I heard discussion but don't have adequate direction on. So I'd leave it to the committee. Do you want to run, the 5 items were investigating fees for criminal record checks, arts and culture policy, the biozone, bioeconomy zone, refreshing the open space strategy, and the evaluation of climate projects. Those are the 5 ones where I heard some discussion, and I need some direction from the committee on if you want to move any of those higher or lower. And just to be clear, I don't expect you to tell me a new number. You have to say these are more important to us than, or less important than you've rated, and I will go away with staff to identify what has to change in order to accommodate that.
Okay. And we'll come back to that, but there's many others in the list that we have to go through. It's not
I'd
just
suggest
those
you take a
5.
break
We have to go through all the others. So we'll break for lunch and come back at 1:20 and continue the discussion. Welcome back, Council. We're going to continue in our discussion on strategic priorities and work planning and kind of regroup and make our way through that list with our Deputy CEO, Alex Demerick.
So I appreciate the committee's attention thus far. It's been helpful. I did make note of a couple of to-do points. So we will send the Clear Land Governance question to the FESC. We will get some more information for council on the biozone in terms of presentation on goals and timelines. And then we will request the Chief of Police from the town of Bridgewater to give a presentation to council or committee on the alternative policing services that has been mentioned by their mayor at several conferences. So I had identified 5 items that are still looking for direction, and there may be other ones that council members want to raise to change a priority level. So I don't know if you want to work through that list, or if you want to...
Whatever you suggest, and tell me what's easier for you to document.
maybe it would help the committee to know what the other ones are that are on folks' mind.
Okay. So this is your opportunity, having gone through the list already. If there's an item on here that you think needs to come up further, be removed, have questions on, the floor is open for discussion on the entire list at the moment. Councillor Oikel, then Councillor Bell.
So I'm number 30, the fire service training strategy. It's number 30, but considering our volunteer fire department and their need for volunteers and their need for training, I'm just wondering if that is something that we can put a little bit higher, or really, do we have a plan in place for them? It is only considered medium level for work that needs to be done, or is that something that is going to be handled by the Fire and Safety Committee?
So the fire training strategy, there is a draft that has been prepared in collaboration with the Lunenburg Regional Fire and Emergency Services Training Committee. And under the description there, we do expect to have information back to council by the end of this fiscal year, because we expect there to be budget implications. And so we think that that's a reasonable time frame to finish the engagement with the fire service and then have the recommendations come back to council.
Would that also include the money that we've been, the $300,000 that we've put away for a possible fire, whatever, training facility? Would that also be part of this as well?
That's a great question. Not to the same level of finality of decision-making. So on what to do with the training programs, we expect that to be incorporated in the next year's budget. In terms of what that facility might look like, there's likely a feasibility study required, and we need buy-in from our regional partners. So at this stage, all that we would expect back from the fire service is their input on possible components to be included in scope. And then in future years, we'd be looking at what other partners do we have buying in and who wants to participate in the feasibility study.
Like, I'm very much in support of the structure of doing something and having that as part of our budget. Is there something that we need to do in order to have that as a standing part of our budget for the next couple of years, or does it need to come every year to council to be debated upon?
In practice, it forms part of your operating budget, and so it's there for discussion every year. Staff have received direction to include it in the options each year. So it automatically appears as an option. Council has to approve the budget. Yep.
Councillor Bell.
This morning when Alex was going over his list, I made 3 bullets here. One was number 31, which appears as Cape LaHave Conservation and Easement. And I believe the mayor at that time suggested that while it's listed as 31, we may see it progress this year. It's just that it's something that's been dragged out for 5 or 6 years. And we did have a public meeting, but I don't really feel that we ever responded to that public meeting. So I'm hoping that that might get moved up. If the number 31 is fine as a holding spot, means nothing, as long as we do get a chance to do something with that this year. Because I don't see a cost really associated, a big cost. It's just a matter of finding the time.
Yep. Yes, so that project, the questions that were asked at the public input sessions will be responded to. They required some legal research, but that report's coming on April 22nd, and our goal is to have the conservation easement in place by the end of the fiscal year. You're correct, it has taken a long time. There was originally a challenge as to whether or not we had the legal authority, and the act has been amended to make it very clear, yes, the municipality does have the legal authority. So there were some good reasons why there was delay involved, and we do think we can wrap that one up soon with the plan presented here.
The second item was policing services, which Councillor Oikel has jumped in the saddle for that. And so I do see that progressing. It's just that on previous occasions, when I asked for such a discussion, I was always told, oh, it's not enough time. So she's planning early this time, that's fine. The third and final item is something that I had discussions with here when we were presenting what we heard, and I just assumed that it might have been a pen note into it, but it was a discussion that I had with a number of people who were identifying community cemeteries throughout MODL, some of historic significance, some requiring maintenance, where there is no current next of kin or something to operate a tombstone. I have 2 caskets washing out to sea in West LaHave where due to erosion, the graves that were set back 15, 20 feet are now at extra high tide touching. And so I have people going down, they just throw a load of gravel over, but that's not the proper way to look after people who are in cemeteries. So the request was, could we even look at some type of grant system where we might be able to help these community groups? I'm not saying big amounts of money, but for some of these cemeteries, even $500 or $1,000 would go a long way, because there are still volunteers who have no association with those cemeteries making the repairs. I know one in Dublin Shore that the tombstones have tipped over because the trees have grown up between the graves. And this one in West LaHave, this has been identified to me by several families, and I told them currently we don't have any program, and it is not the responsibility of the municipality to be looking after cemeteries, but they're more concerned is all we need is a load of gravel. All we need is someone to come in with a backhoe and help us stand stones up. So the goodwill of volunteerism goes a certain distance, but there are always some costs that go with this that people are not necessarily willing to take out of their own pocket. So if it becomes item 57 or something, you know, as long as it's on the list that someday we have a discussion about it, if we decide we can't afford it or can't do it, I'm satisfied with that. But I at least would like to have it on the list so I can say it's on our work schedule some year. Thank you.
If it is okay with the committee, I could simply start another list called the next bucket, and we will bring it back to you in the fall when you have your strategic planning. So I'll put the possible cemeteries grant on the next list, and our Director of Recreation has a comment.
While she's coming up, do we have a list of all the cemeteries that are in the municipality? Does that even exist?
Not to my knowledge.
That might, like, okay.
The only thing I would say about the cemetery, we do have a couple that has applied for our annual operating grant. As long as they're non-denominational, that's been one of our big concerns. There's nothing in the policy that would eliminate them as long as it's non-denominational. So we don't have one specifically for cemeteries, but if you wanted to look after all cemeteries, whether they're associated with particular church or religion, then that would be a different category. But I think even last year we did give an annual operating grant to one cemetery, and I do have 2 this year. So I just want to give you a little bit more information.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and it sounds like Alex is working on that next bucket. Counselor Smith.
Was Counselor Brooks ahead of me? Oh, okay. Just back to the arts and culture policy. As the mayor remarked, there were 2 pieces to that. One around the economic piece, and then the other one around having a policy for public art. And we did talk to the Lunenburg Foundation of the Arts about this, and I think that my concern is if we leave it too late, which is, I think in the plan now, it's the 3rd quarter of 2027, that we're not really going to have time to build some of the relationships. And I think that we should think about if we could start building relationships by working on a piece of it. So the policy around public art, I think, would go a long way to help clarify that program and how we administer it, and whether we need to have like a peer jury, for example, choosing the art for the trails. And it would be a way to engage the community, and that might feed into regional economic development. I just don't want to leave it, I just don't want to leave the whole thing to the 3rd quarter of 2027, because it takes a lot of time to consult and build relationships where I think we feel like we don't have, I'm not saying that the department doesn't already have some good relationships, but yeah, I just don't want to leave it that late. So wondering if I could propose that we move consideration of a policy around public art, how we choose it, how we take care of it. Yeah, those are the only criteria I can think of right now. But that be put higher up on our agenda. If anyone has any thoughts about that, putting that out.
Counselor Oikle, then Counselor DeLong.
Yes. Regarding public art, it also could possibly be part of our land use planning as well, as to where public art is in the municipality. Like, can anybody put in something wherever they feel like, or maybe there's communities who don't want art, like public art of any kind in their area. Like, could be also part of that as well.
I think it's always been on municipally, I'm going to look towards our Director of Recreation, but it's always been on municipally owned property. I'm thinking like LaHave Sunset, Bay to Bay Trail, I guess wouldn't necessarily be municipal, but we partner with that organization. Can you provide further comment on that?
Yeah, I was going to say public lands, whether they be provincial or municipal, because the trails would be provincial.
Councillor Geelong and then Mayor McLean-Weil.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand what is being proposed, and that's that we move up the whole policy or just the certain parts of it that apply? Okay, yeah, I see nodding on the second part there.
My comment is really just that I think separating it out does address what initially brought it to the table, which was discussion around the public art pieces related to our trails. And that's how it started. So that, to me, is a reasonable request that we consider that as a way to get at it. And to your point about developing relationships, I think that as counselors, we can start to think about what are some of those meetings that we might like to have and start to develop some relationships and connections beyond what we already know exists, but work on those a little bit to advance it so that we can go to the next level of discussion. Get some feedback from the arts community around what might be appropriate. But I agree with you, Councillor Smith, on this. I think that's, and it might be good that we consider that before we start our budget discussions for next year. But I don't know if that can fit in.
Do you need further clarification on that, Alex, or direction?
It's clear what the request is, to separate the two and to increase the priority for a policy around public art. I'm assuming that would be led by the Recreation Department with assistance from other departments. And so just as a quick example, I'm able to filter the sheet. So Recreation Department is leading the washroom analysis report, the volunteer sector report, criteria for evaluating recreation investments, refreshing the open space strategy, launching the e-bike program, the Cape Lahave conservation easement, and the marketing levy decision. Those are all in before 32. So then Pine Grove Park engagement and updating the AT plan are all higher than the arts and culture policy. So what the sort of direction that we're looking for is the committee in favor of moving that higher than some of those other projects, so we can then direct recreation staff to do that?
Mayor McLean-Weil?
I personally think that the marketing levy should be dropped down lower. I think we're really, the discussion around it, as I understand, I stand to be corrected, but there was a thought that that marketing levy could be countywide. We've not managed to do that. We've got other units that are working on this. Bridgewater, I think, is effective April 1st of this year. Lunenburg, I think, is next year. Chester, I'm not sure where they are, but there's various implementation strategies around this, and I think in order for us to have a good approach to this, this will take, again, a lot of consultation. We need to go back out to, we've got a lot of Airbnb people that, you know, and we've got hotels as well, and I just think this shouldn't be I don't think it's time for us to have this as a priority, and it'll be interesting to see the dollars raised by the other units and how they're managing it, and I think we can learn from that. So I don't think this needs to be our priority right now.
Oh, so what's kind of put out there right now is to move that marketing levy lower, which would allow the arts and culture component to come up. And I'm seeing lots of shakes in the right direction to do that. So I would say that's your direction.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
So any comments or questions on any other items being moved or ranged around? Okay, Councillor Brooks.
I just want to jump back and support what Councillor Oikle was saying about the fire service, and I would like us to, when we get that data back and when we get that report back, consider the possibility of reprioritizing that, because it is really important. And I know it's going to require multiple units to get on board with that, but I'm hoping that when we get information back, we will consider bumping it up again, because I think it's such an important one for our community. So I just want to lend support to that concept.
Are you speaking directly to the regional facility or this training strategy, the facility? Both.
Yeah, Alex, I think they both fit in a little bit together under that. Yeah, so both, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're kind of moving around the horseshoe, but I have DeLong, then Burns, and Smith.
The 5 items that you listed, Alex, we're coming back to those, or we're doing them as we go, or?
Yes, I thought it might be helpful to just hear if there are other items that the committee wanted, but I do need to get direction
As
from
long as
each
we're
of
going to
those.
cover
Yeah.
those before we finish the discussion.
Counselor Burns.
Thank you. I had 2 things, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I've kind of approached this as like the difference between 1 and 10 on this list is not the largest difference, because things will be moving sort of parallel and concurrently. It's just if you only have so many hours in a day, which one are you going to choose? You go back to number 1 over number 50 kind of deal. But that doesn't mean that number 50 isn't going to happen if the opportunity shows up, or there's some things that are lower, like e-bikes that are clearly already moving, even though it's down in the 30s.
That's exactly correct.
So it's not like we're going 1, 2, 3 down the list, and I'm saying this as much for myself as I am for anyone listening. And my second point, if I may, was only going to be, and you can, was on the refresh of the open space. And I saw that like Q something in 2026, I think Q3 2026. And does that mean that we'd be looking at starting it then, or starting discussions on it before then to see something come back? Because my concern would just be, you know, the pace of an organization is such as it needs to be, but that'll be halfway through our council term. So if we start to refresh it then it will come back, and we'll really be making decisions that we hope the next council follows through on, and we'll kind of put them in the same place that they may want to refresh. So it was just whether that made sense. I don't really care where it goes up and down in the list per se, but just that like we would start it.
Yep, that's an excellent question. No, the intention is to have that complete by then. So the step that has to happen before that is that council has agreed that you want to establish criteria for evaluating. So that comes first. That's project 19.
Yes.
Council will agree. Yes, these are the things that will tell us where we want to direct our attention and investment.
Yes.
Staff will then take those criteria and use that to start the process to refresh the open space strategy, which will necessarily involve some public engagement and council discussion.
And therefore it will.
And so the Q3 2026, that's the intention, that you have that in place so it feeds into that next budget.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Counselor Smith.
Sorry, it was my question too about the open space strategy.
Counselor Oik. Do you have a comment?
Well, just Councillor Smith had pointed out that during budget deliberations, council wanted to discuss things like Malega Lake, Sherbrooke Lake in this fiscal year, and that is not what this plan is proposing. It's saying you're going to establish your criteria, and then you're going to start that discussion, but you're not going to actually finish refreshing that open space strategy until the third quarter of 2026.
But I think what I was trying to say was, yeah, I may have misread it, reading the completion date as the start date.
Yep.
So my concern was that we weren't going to have any of the conversations around the criteria, et cetera. Because that's what we committed to.
Okay, great. That's taken care of. Yes, the conversation around criteria
That's gonna
happens in
happen
this
this
fiscal
year.
year. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's number 19.
Okay.
Counselor Oikle.
I'm wondering if we can put number 46 into number 4. Because to me, it is part of regional growth collaboration. Number 46 is the Mahone Bay, looking at seeing whether or not they're willing to do extension of their services. And the collaboration is number 4. Right? Regional growth collaboration, that would all be, so I'm just wondering about putting that in there or not. Like, is it something that has to be separate?
Our CEO is going to comment on that.
So thank you for the question. So the regional growth collaboration is the terms of reference for the Regional Growth Management Committee with the town of Bridgewater. The opportunity with the town of Mahone Bay exists. We're looking at the potential for that expansion. Our challenge is identifying and finding land that we can acquire at a reasonable cost to create the housing that's necessary. So we were exploring one opportunity. We'll be bringing back a report to council, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to come to terms on a reasonable cost for that piece. So then we have to go back out and look for additional property that would be in the area that's being upgraded by the town. So that's why that one is taking longer. So they're both collaboration with regional units, but one is well underway with the second version of the terms of reference being exchanged. And the Mahone Bay opportunity exists, and we've had that discussion, and we've looked at the engineering required, but what we had identified as the potential piece of land looks like it might not be as feasible as we had hoped.
Councillor DeLong.
Yeah, this was one that I had flagged that I was going to bring up as well. So I do think that Q4 of 2027 seems like we're missing the mark given the current housing crisis we're in. I do understand the logistics of it, as you've just detailed, but I know we can't do all things all the time as quickly as we'd like to. I do think that this is an important priority, and I don't think that it is being adequately prioritized.
I don't see any hands right yet. I have a question about number 27, the reduce wildfire risk. The work to eliminate tipping fees on residential brush. Could we consider that part done based on the motion we put through?
The budget is complete and the approval from the Joint Services Board is complete. We'll be doing some communication around it.
Okay.
But essentially, that element is complete. Several councillors expressed an interest in the municipality taking an active role in helping our communities adopt the Fire Smart program, which is naturally suits the municipal role where we're facilitating rather than doing things ourselves. So where there's communities that have interest, you help connect them to this Fire Smart program, which helps give education on things that you can do to make your community and your individual properties more resilient to the risk, less exposed to the risk of wildfires. And we have a joint grant application in that we're really hoping comes through, because that would allow us to pursue that so we get extra resources and better connection with the Fire Smart folks without a cost to the municipality.
That probably answered my follow-up question, which was going to be, it's great to have this in place, but we need to promote it and make sure that residents know that it's out there. And maybe that's, part of it's through our fire departments or through Municipal Matters on our website, so that to encourage people to do it. That's why it was put in place in the first. So maybe working and promoting the tipping fees.
It's in there.
Okay. All right. Any other hands? Councillor Smith.
Sorry, one last thing from me. So the gender-based violence report is coming back, we expect in 2025 Q2. That's soon. Okay. And I assume that there's going to be some recommendations associated with that.
There'll be options for council to consider. Yep. So
those will be new to our plan. Like I realize that a lot of what we're doing can be done through the lens of what was presented, but will there be space for taking on any new work.
That will be a challenge that council will have to address. So as you've pointed out, there are items that you are currently hard at work on that are in your very top priorities that directly speak to solutions that were raised by the group that came forward and gave the presentation. There will be other things that would require new effort, and council will have to decide how you want to address that, recognizing you have a resource challenge.
And I think it's important to remember, as Councillor Burns pointed out, this isn't a checklist of items that we're moving down. Staff will be working on these throughout. And we're going to see this multiple times over the term of our council. So when we come back in November or next April, things might change again. Other things, something might happen in the world or in council life that we need to move that above. But right now, it's getting something in stone out of everything that's come up over the last 6 months. And there is a recommendation to bring this forward for council. But before we do that, I'm going to ask one more time, does anybody else have any comments or suggestions on this list?
So I had a list of 5, and then I added them home-based service. Arts and culture sounds like it has been addressed, so I have direction there. I'm still looking for direction if you want to go one by one through them now.
Yes.
Okay, so the criminal record check, there was a request to make that happen sooner. And that was from an individual councillor, so I'm looking for confirmation or not from the committee.
Councillor Hubley.
That would be a discussion on the criminal records check?
Yes, it will be a
It'd
report.
discussion.
It will be a report likely to this committee outlining what the revenue is and if there are implications alongside, other than the financial ones, to removing that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Burns.
Just a quick question to put you on the spot here. In my mind, I see this as like a low-hanging, quick snapper, kind of like might not take more than a couple hours to put together, which I don't demean what a couple hours is. But it's not a multi-step large project to do that. Would moving it forward, is it truly as easy in my mind as what I'm suggesting, I guess is the question, because if not, if you were to say, no, this is 3 weeks of staff time, then that would change my decision.
It's certainly less than one person working full-time for 3 weeks. Elena has already pulled, I believe, what the annual revenue is. So it would just be a little bit of research because we don't want to ever put council in a position where you're making a knee-jerk decision without having the background. So yes, between a couple hours and 3 weeks of full-time work. So that's the slightly difficult part about this conversation, is that I don't feel like I'm in a great position to just answer those questions one-off. If I can certainly say, yes, we can coordinate a presentation from the Town of Bridgewater's police service to bring information. That's not going to bump anything else. Preparing a staff report on its own, yes, but I would rather get understanding from where the priorities are from council, and then we can bring back the revisions to you. Sorry for not giving you a yes or a no.
Thank you.
Councillor Oikel.
Well, considering that it's very difficult for us to get volunteers, and sometimes people find having to pay for something to be a challenge, right? That it may be something that we might want to look into sooner than later.
And just to clarify, volunteers don't pay for criminal record checks, just if you're getting it for work purposes. Yes. Yeah. But I will say, I've had residents come here thinking that they do need to pay, which could be an extra step to some. And we have issued refunds in the past. I know, because I have a resident that paid and didn't realize they didn't have to, and got a refund. So.
Yeah, okay. So I thought it had to do with volunteers, different volunteer organizations people having to pay. But if it's for work, if it's for your job, it's for your job, right? You pay for training.
So right now, it's, again, the numbers don't necessarily mean so much, but it's 45 and expected to come in Q1 of 2026. The question is, do we want to move it up further or leave it as is? Counselor Smith?
Can I just speak to this one more time? I mean, I know it's a very small thing, but 13,000 is what the revenue is. And multiple people have come to me on this and just said, could you change this small thing that is like so bureaucratic and unnecessary? Not other places don't charge it. It's just like one of those things that we could do to just say we heard residents and we've addressed it. And I know it's very small compared to, you know, the very important big things that we've got in there. But to our residents, you know, when people speak to me about that, about their frustration of like, well, first you have to go to the modal office and then you have to go to the RCMP office. And I pay such high taxes. Why do I have to pay for a criminal record check too? What does it cost the municipality? Do they really need to be charging me this money? I want some answers for my residents on that. And if it's a quick thing, I just say, why not do it? Because we're dealing with a lot of really big, heavy stuff. It'd be nice to address a little point of pain for people.
And to
That's
clarify,
myself.
the decision whether or not to move it, it'll still have to come to council, and then a decision will be made whether or not to remove it or not. This isn't the decision to remove fees or not, just to make sure that's clear, because it could come to council and might be decided that we do want to keep it. That's not the decision before us today, but it's to bring it forward to council because it was a request. And do we want to move that up? So if you are in favor of moving this item up a higher priority, please raise your hand. Okay.
Well, yeah, because it's not going to take time.
Okay.
We need more than this.
Okay, please raise your hands high. Okay. So 6. Yeah, so that's the majority. So that is the direction that we'll go. But for those listening, it's not a decision to remove those fees again. It's to bring it before council.
A little faster.
Faster. Okay. Next item, Alex.
There was discussion around the bioeconomy zone. Biozone. Just looking for direction.
Yeah. So regarding the biozone, I think we had said we'd like to have that presentation before making a decision on that. I'm getting nods on that, and I think Mr. Waters, if he's still online, was going to take care of arranging that for a future date.
Okay, so we'll leave it there and we'll have the
Already
presentation.
sent the request.
Thank you so much.
Great. Refreshing the open space strategy.
Just a reminder, where is that on what numbers?
But there's two components related to it. So number 19 is developing the criteria for evaluating investments in recreation infrastructure. So that's planned for this fiscal year. And then refreshing the open space strategy, the plan would be then to embark on that the following year for completion before the 2027 budget deliberations. So is council comfortable with that timeline, or is there direction to change that?
Unless there's any comments from those who want to speak, I'm assuming, are we comfortable with where it's at now? If you're not comfortable, please raise your hand and speak as to why. Councillor Burns.
Oh, yeah. Well, and just in general, we've all heard from residents across, and this isn't just from the councillor for Pine Grove Park. It is meant to speak to all parks. I just wouldn't want us to say we're going to make investments in parks and going to make further investments and then not build upon that momentum for 2 years because we're figuring out saying, oh yeah, well, we're going to figure out a framework and then we're going to do this. Because by the longer we push this off, the less fiscal years in which we have to make decisions that will result in initial planning, that will then result in design, that will then result in construction. So I'm just looking at timelines, because for residents, they care less about what we're saying now is going to happen in 6 years. We mock the province for a 5-year capital plan that they're not going to follow by year 3. So let's not set ourselves up for a similar process. If it is where it is right now, that's great, but I'm going to push when this comes back that if the opportunity arises to move it forward, that I would very much at that point like to see it move forward, because I don't want to have to go back to residents if I were to choose to run for re-election to say, hey, I ran on this, and for 4 years we talked about it, and we had some really great chats. Give me another chance, and for 4 more years we'll do a little bit. It just doesn't feel right for me to set it up that way. I do understand the complexity of the decision-making and how we have to go about that. So if right now we have a lot on our plate, we've tasked the municipality with a lot, and the only reason that I'm not really hammering and moving this home forward is because we do have a lot, and land use planning is going to take the oxygen out of a lot of things until the fall. But at that point, if the opportunity arises for us to move this forward, I think it would be wise for us to prioritize conversations like that that would allow us to make decisions in 3 fiscal years instead of 2 or instead of 1.
Councillor Moore.
And I agree, because this is not, like I said before, this is not a new park. This is the revamp of a park that's already ours. So I don't think that, you have to reinvent the wheel to do anything there. I think that when we do our discussions, that we can include Pine Grove Park, because the people expect it. Like I said, it's not a new park.
All right. I'm not seeing any resistance to keeping it as it is in the order.
The next one on my list was the evaluation of climate initiatives.
Where it
So
sits
it's
right now,
Currently planned to be completed by the 3rd quarter of this fiscal year.
this year.
It involves a review of the existing LCAP and looking at valuation of measures in terms of the outcomes that they produce.
So not too far away. Councillor DeLong?
37.
Yeah, I'm fine with us reevaluating at another time. I do not think that we are acting urgently enough for an emergency that we have declared. So, yeah, we can leave it as it is for now, and I'm content, but I really do think that we need to have a broader discussion about this when we're next examining our strategic priorities and when we next revisit this document and when we do our budget.
It might even be time to do this by the time we do it at the same time. It's set to come Q3 of 2025, so within this year. Okay, I'm seeing, I think, lots of head shakes. Nobody opposed to leaving it as is. We're going to leave it there for now. The common word of the day, for now. Is that it?
That's great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, would someone like to bring forward that motion? It's a 9.1.2. Councillor DeLong.
To the chair and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that Policy and Strategy direct staff to proceed with the 2025-26 Strategic Priorities Work Plan based on the discussion. And I so move.
Moved by Councillor DeLong, seconded by Councillor Oikel. Discussion on the motion. We've just had lots, so no surprise there's none. All those in favor, please signify. Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Next item on the agenda is under Planning and Development, item 9.2.1, recommendation to dissolve Eternal Transportation Committee. And we have Jeff Merrill, our Director of Planning and Development, before us.
Thank you. So the recommendation is to dissolve the Internal Transportation Committee. The committee was established with the purpose of giving some advice to council on transit services in the municipality, which include things like what if we have a fixed route transit, what are the type of vehicles that the service should have, the hours of operation, any financial assistance to individuals or organizations undertaking those transit services. The mandate of the Internal Transportation Committee will be superseded by the, and sorry if I get the name wrong, I know you talked about it and maybe you haven't agreed on the name yet, but in my report I'm calling it the Regional Planning and Economic Development Collaboration Committee. I don't know if that's I heard that along the way. But anyway, the joint committee with the town of Bridgewater, it is one of your strategic priorities is the regional economic development, which has the establishment of this joint committee with the town of Bridgewater as a priority, and also, climate action is a priority of council, which includes the development of a fixed route transit system to Osprey Village. There's no budget implications for this change. The staff work plan basically just changes from supporting one committee to the other, so there's no increase there. So yeah, given the pending establishment of this new committee, the mandate of the Internal Transportation Committee, that work moves to the regional level, therefore council could dissolve that committee.
Any questions or comments for Director of Planning? Councillor Smith.
I understand that the focus of the new committee will be on this route here, connecting Osprey Village to Bridgewater, as well as some other communities. Will there also be a place for talking about the transportation needs in the wider region? That's my question.
I'm going to turn it over to Mayor McLean-Weil, who can probably clarify some of that.
Council will soon see the terms of reference for that committee. I think within a couple of weeks, we're going to have that here. And I think when you see it, you will recognize that it's broad in its description of the responsibilities of the committee. And so it will very much look at, I think we need to start thinking and identifying what we're hoping to do with transit in this year as phase one, and that part of the ongoing discussion with the town of Bridgewater will be, after we get this going and establish, what will be phase two. And so it does give us, I think, the terms of reference are broad enough. The other point that you should know is that only issues that are agreed to by council will actually be referred to that committee. So if we feel collectively as a group that we want to work on phase two, then we go to the committee with it. So it won't, the committee itself won't be always kind of tabling things. It has to be agreed to by both sides to advance an issue to that committee.
There is a motion in front of you now. Would somebody be willing to bring forward that motion? Councillor Bell.
To Deputy Mayor Vino and members of council, I move that the Policy Strategy Committee recommends to council that municipal council dissolve the Internal Transportation Committee. I so move.
Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Hubley. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Jeff. We have no mayors, deputy mayors, councillor matters, no added items, no in camera. Therefore, we have concluded our meeting today, and I call this meeting adjourned.